Doing, and a very good morning to TED HQ. In fact, how are we all doing? Well, that's a lovely start, very early actually for Coningsby, but there we go. We've got Foons, oh yeah, home of the Typhoon FGR4. Well, one of a few homes of the Typhoon FGR4 in the UK. Lossymouth in the north, and of course here in the south is RAF Coningsby, and not forgetting 1435 flight stationed at Mount Pleasant, all the way in the Falkland Islands. 4 Typhoons: Hope, Destiny, Charity, Desperation, defending the islands of the Falklands. Oh yeah. How are we all doing? Hope you all had a good weekend. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. It was a bit of an early start, wasn't anticipating this, although I did notice the NOTAM was for 8:45 local this morning. But there we go, a good chance for me to just catch up, talk to you a little bit about what's the squadrons, the history of RAF Coningsby. Hope you well, hope you all had a good weekend. We are back. I'm just going to go and get a few rain cover items because we are expecting some form of drizzle. More importantly, let's get Ted. I know. Food time. So we are back from our journey from the north, actually. So apologies for this, for me abandoning you just quickly. See what I can do today, as far as this is concerned. Right, I think we're all good. Right, I'm ready to roll. Is it? I think we're all good. Here we go. Well, welcome to your favourite military aviation channel. That is Ted Coningsby. Welcome to the show. My name's Nick Oss. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. I hope you're all good. It looks like I have a visitor, I think. I got a no, I haven't. No, I thought I did. False alarm. Thought I had a friend of mine just coming to quickly say hello. Right, I think we're all prepared, Ted. Right, we're ready. That was a bit of an earlier start. Ted's just about to make an appearance. Of course, the channel wouldn't be the same without our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls with his Royal Air Force insight. Oi, oi. Thank you very much. And it's always nice to be back. It feels like we haven't been here for a while, actually, Ted. That's the problem when it's hardly any wind. There he is. Welcome to the show. I haven't even had my breakfast, so I'm going to go and quickly have that in just a moment. But I do have plenty of tea. Welcome to Ted's home, Ted HQ, home of 5 Typhoon Squadrons. Oh yes. This is where it all started. Of course, not forgetting 17 Coningsby Air Cadets as well. And all roles, all personnel at RAF Coningsby. How you all doing today? Hope you're all good. Thanks for protecting our UK airspace. Thank you very much. And that's pretty much what the whole key role of not only Coningsby but the Royal Air Force itself. It's a unit of many roles. If you are thinking about an RAF career, even if you don't like to become a pilot, there are several roles that you can participate in as technology in the world improves on feats of engineering such as the air and space, or even this, the Hedgehog crew, oi oi, towing the Typhoons, engineering, technicians, computer geeks, ferries, Royal Air Force Regiment, Royal Air Force Police, air traffic controllers, armourers, technicians, military transport, AWCU. There are so many aspects. A Typhoon display pilot, of course, a frontline Typhoon display pilot is one aspect, but of course being a fighter pilot, indeed frontline role. There are 5 squadrons here and 4 squadrons at RAF Lossing, along with the 1435 flight. Ted's quite proud of his Royal Air Force, and especially his home, Ted HQ. That is the nickname. We have our own little house names for certain things, so do take note, such as RAF Mordor. Yeah, we have a RAF Mordor. I know, right? Amazing. Absolutely brilliant, that is. So, welcome to the show. My name's Nikos. I'll be your cameraman, historian, and commentator. And this is, of course, our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And, well, I hope you enjoyed our trip to Leeming and the Lake District. This is, of course, dubbed as Bomber County, but we'll give you the full history if we can. We'll see what we can do with the history-wise here at RAF Coningsby. Due to the, we may get a few spells of emotion coming in later. So I hope you're all good and well, and thanks for joining us. Really, it's looking good today. Hope you're all well. Mayhem Marshia, good morning. Margot Baxter, Davey Perez, Mattman Bush, how you doing? Not Captain Weber and Dave Holloway. And you know, this is the week, our annual party, our yearly end of year party coming up this Sunday. And I look forward to seeing you all there. I can't wait. It's going to be good. And a very, very good morning. Williams, Award Ace, Nat Sav, got Captain Weber, Piotrek, how you doing as well? Elsie, Alan Q. Who else we got on here? Charlie Bravo. Yeah, nice one. Well, thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in. Welcome to the show. It is home to the Typhoon FGR4, the Typhoon T3, which is the family version Typhoon, and of course it's home since 1976 to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight as well. Now, the aircraft in the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight are actually MOD property, so technically, and of course, the aircraft are part of the Royal Air Force's infantry, so that means we are back at Bomber County in much respects with the PA474 serial of the Avro Lancaster. We've also got one C-47 Dakota, same thing, different names, different air forces. Skytrain, as was of course the United States Air Force designation, and the Royal Air Force was the Dakota. Also got a selection of Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, 2 Chipmunks as well to go with that. And you may see a T6 Harvard, a yellow one. It's not actually a part of the BBMF, but they do use it as part of their training. It's just trying to think if it's from the Rolls-Royce Heritage. Actually, I'm just trying to think if it is. Is it from Derby? God, it's been a long time now, isn't it, really? But there we go. And let's see what we're going to get today. So we're going to just roll out with the squadrons today for you. So thank you very much. So we're going to start with 29 Squadron, of course. Now, 29 Squadron have an absolutely, and I mean an absolutely incredible history. They had, at the time, not a wing commander, but he was actually a wing commander here for 106 Squadron. But he was wing commander Guy Gibson was actually flying for 29 Night Fighter Squadron, or 29 Fighter Squadron at the time. They were a Fighter Squadron 29, but of course now they're an operational conversion unit. And he actually got 4 aerial victories as well with 29 Guy Gibson. But during World War I, 29 Squadron actually had 26 of their pilots achieving ace statuses. Now that is incredible. Let's just roll back. They formed in 1915, formed at Gosport, and eventually ended up travelling to France and became a fighter squadron. Now in 1940 they began service as a defence night fighter squadron. 3 years later they began their offensive night intruder operations defending RAF heavy bombers, so taking on the escort role as well. The first squadron to operate the first operational squadron to be equipped with the Tornado F3. That was in 1987. And of course, at Warton Aerodrome, they did become the second RAF squadron to receive the Typhoon, the first being number 17 Squadron, who today are a test and evaluation squadron at Edwards Air Force Base on the F-35B. So they're no longer here, number 17. But of course, 29 Squadron are the operational conversion unit here, which means once a pilot has achieved their advanced flying training at RAF Valley, if their career path is the Typhoon, they will come here and train and hopefully qualify as a frontline Typhoon pilot. Okay, that is the kind of career path. If the career path was F-35B, then they will go to 207 Squadron, which again is an operational conversion unit at RAF Marham for the F-35B for both Royal Navy and Royal Air Force. So you kind of get in a pattern here. So once a pilot is one step away and going to be trained on the aircraft they're going to be flying in a frontline role, they will fly with an operational conversion unit. Abbreviated as OCU, 24 Squadron is for the heavies at RAF Bryce Norton, 42 Torpedo Bomber Squadron at RAF Lossiemouth for the Wedgetail and the P-8 Poseidon, for example. So you're kind of getting an idea what's going on here. So I hope that makes sense indeed. So that's 29 Squadron wrapped up at RAF Coningsby. So the next squadron, let's pick number 12 as they departed. Now they do have a fox on their squadron markings. Now let me just roll back to 29 Squadron. They are nicknamed the Buzzards. You don't often get nicknames quite pronounced, or at least not like when you've got, for example, Lakenheath. They are the presence of having a nickname is quite quite pronounced. Where in the Royal Air Force we don't usually have too many nicknames associated with them as a modern day, let's say. But number 12, they do have a fox, and that's because just before, well, the interwar period, before the Second World War, they were the only unit to fly the Fairy Fox. Their motto is leads the field. And they formed in 1915 at Neverhaven, and it was in 1926 that they became the sole operator on the Fairy Fox. They do have quite a few memorials dotted about, and especially at I think it's RAF Wickenby, and they have number 12 Squadron there with a memorial. It's a really nice memorial, RAF Wickenby. I believe it's an operational airfield. So they, Flying Officer Garland and Sergeant Gray were awarded the Victoria Cross for a ferry battle raid on the Maastricht Bridge over the Albert Canal in 1940, and the unit soon were re-equipped with the Vickers Wellington. In 1942, that's when they became equipped with the Lancaster. They also flew the Canberra in 1951, along with the Vulcan, and that was here in 1962. Yes, the Vulcan was here in 1962 to 64. The Vulcan, I think it was the B2 version. In 1969, number 12 flew the Buccaneer when they switched to maritime and strike operations. And in 1991, they actually flew the Buccaneer in Operation Granby in the 91 Gulf War. They did take part also in Operation Desert Fox with their Tornadoes. They were equipped with the Tornado in 93, the GR1B in 93. Also took part in Telek with the GR4. Although standing down in 2014, they reformed to support Op Shader and stood up in 2018 and came here in 2020. Now in 2018 they were selected to become like a joint squadron with the Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force to train Qatari junior pilots on the Typhoon. So those pilots actually start at number 11 Qatari Emirai Air Force at RAF Leeming on the Hawk Mark 167, which is the Qatari's designation for the Hawk T2, and then they still come to Coningsby and train with 29 Squadron before proceeding to 12 Squadron. So there you go. That's That's a little bit about 12th Squadron. The next squadron is a squadron that favours the Roman numerals, XL1, and that of course is number 41 Squadron. There they are, there's one of their markings on their aircraft. Now today they are a test and evaluation squadron, and their headquarters are actually at RAF Waddington. And small Typhoon started up. They formed in 1916. So anything before the 1st of April 1918, before then, would mean they were a Royal Flying Corps squadron. So they flew various aircraft such as the DH-5, the Airco DH-5, the SE-5. In 1923 they reformed at Norfolk on the 1st of April, flying the Sopwith Snipe, equipped with the Armstrong Whitworth Siskin, and then finally converting to the Bristol Bulldog in 1931. They began flying the Spitfire Mark 5B, the VB, in 1941. They also took part in 1940 operating out of Hornchurch. They flew top cover for the Dunkirk evacuation for 12 days from the 28th of May until it flew throughout the Battle of Britain, and in November they converted onto the Spitfire Mark II, by the way, and a year later they converted to the Mark V. They supported the Dieppe raid in 42. In 1944, after D-Day, 41 Squadron's focus switched from bomber escort to anti-flying bomb patrol, so they were initiated in taking out the V1 flying bombs in a 9-week period, and they destroyed 53 of those. Of course, you needed a Spitfire fast enough to catch up with the V1 flying bombs, and by September of 1944 transferred its attention to attacking the launch sites of the V2. Their markings during World War II, by the way, were Echo Bravo, so if you see any Spitfires with Echo Bravo on the sides, on the fuselage, that'll be your 41 Squadron. And there they are. Motto, seek and destroy. And they took part in Operation Telic in 2003. And they were flying the Jaguar GR3, by the way. They've had various aircraft here as well. They also flew the Harrier here at Coningsby, for those that remember that. And in 2013 they were designated as 41 Reserve at the time, but they're now a fully functional squadron. The next two squadrons have again a bit of history. Now, number 3 Fighter is the oldest squadron at Coningsby. Now, being a low number like that, 3, meaning that they were one of the first squadrons to activate with the Royal Flying Corps. They formed at Lark Hill as number 2 Aeroplane Company Air Battalion with the Royal Engineers, and a year later they renamed to number 3 Squadron Royal Flying Corps. So with that in mind, being at Lark Hill, for those that know the geography, there was an aerodrome called Stonehenge Aerodrome, and because of this they'd linked the sort of megalith or the monoliths of Stonehenge integrated with the Roman numerals. So have a look at that on some of the markings. Although at first it looks like a good old Roman numeral for number 3, if you have a look, it is quite fun to see a bit of Stonehenge incorporated there with their roots at Stonehenge. They were the first to fly heavier than air aircraft, hence third shall be the first. And they were deployed to Sudan during the Abyssinian crisis in 35. They also took part in Operation Allied Force over Kosovo in 99, and they moved to Coningsby in 2006. They are a frontline combat ready squadron, along with the next squadron, number 11, our final squadron here, number 11 Fighter Squadron. They favour the Roman numerals on their badge. They are the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, so they've retained the letter F, which means fighter, since 1915 when they formed at Neverhaven. Then they were the first unit to operate the Venom FB1 in 1952. In 1988, together with number 5 AC Squadron, they became the last squadron to operate the Lightning, the famous English electric Lightning. And in 2007, they stood up as a multi-role Typhoon Squadron and came here to operate again in a frontline role. So that's our 5 squadrons here at Coningsby. Oi, oi! Oh, I love it. There you go. So it's that time of year where if you're coming plane spotting, just wrap up like a kebab. Captain A, very good morning. Alan Q, Davey, Paul Fairclough, Marvin Gurlu, how you doing as well? Alan Burden, Dirk S, Leah, how you all doing? Hope you're well. Cannot wait to see you all at the party this Sunday. So startups there, as you can hear. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. So Typhoon's just you can hear spooling, and it's funny, of course, it sounds obvious at first, but of course wind direction does play a major part in the sounds, but also the atmospheric pressure, of course the atmospheric conditions and weather conditions as well. The Typhoons just sound a little bit different, as the ground is quite, the terrain is damp as well. It's got a really different sound about it. Some of the high-pitched sounds that we normally hear from the Foons, I can't hear as much, which is, it does fascinate me, this phenomenon. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, built on the 4th of November 1940. And it took until February 1941 for the first squadron to operate here at Coningsby, which was indeed 106 Squadron, with the legendary, bless it, at the time, which is all we had, was indeed the Handley Page Hampden bomber. The HP-52, the first to operate. That was the first indeed. Developed from a Air Ministry specification, B932, and that specification was seeking a twin-engined day bomber with high performance than any preceding bomber aircraft. With that specification, because Wellington was the aircraft that also spawned from the B932, so they were both given the thumbs up as they designed aircraft to meet that specification. So the Vickers design became the Wellington and Handley Page team, led by George Volkert. He drafted the very distinctive aircraft. Initially was going to have a couple of different engines, but of course the Air Ministry really wanted something away from the sort of max performance of about 635 horsepower from the Goshawk engines and Kestrels as such. So as we admire our multi-role aircraft that we can see here, don't forget this was our very first aircraft to operate here at Coningsby, the Handley Page Hampden twin-engine day bomber. Had a 4,000 pound payload. It could take one 18-inch torpedo, which was, you know, good at the time. At about what happened there? Just switched off there. Yeah, it was an aircraft of the time. And of course the Wellington really resonated quite a lot in Yorkshire and with the Royal Canadian Air Force, and of course in the Ely, Cambridgeshire, Suffolk regions. That was it. But the Hampden started life out at RAF Scampton as well, and it did see service with other nations as well. Our Handley Page. So the reason, just if you just tuned in, this was our very first aircraft to operate here at Coningsby. And in 1938, 49 Squadron received the first Hampdens, and by the end of the year it was 49 and 83 Squadron at RAF Scampton who were re-equipped with this. So hence Scampton not been too far away. And it was deemed as almost like a fighter bomber at the time, because it was quite agile, but the fuselage gave it a great nickname, the flying suitcase, or the flying tadpole, and I think there was a couple of other nicknames that it had, the fuselage being only a very claustrophobic 3 foot, that's 1 meter in width, at a wingspan of 69 feet 2 inches, that's 21 meters, length of just 53 feet 7 inches, crew of 4, empty weight at 12,764 pounds, and it was the Bristol Pegasus engines, the 1,000 horsepower engines, that really started to lead the next generation of engineering of performance, at a max speed of about 247 with a surface ceiling of 19,000 feet. And Guy Gibson, you know, he quite liked this. He took this and was doing a lot of mine laying. This is what the Hampden specialised in, mine laying, dropping mines in the sea and really causing chaos with the advancing World War II Germany fleet. And they did actually make a TB version, a torpedo bomber version of this as well, but there was a few design issues. The pilot would squeeze in there with the folding seat, and the problem is, should the pilot get injured or worse, it wasn't able to get out, things like that. So there was quite a few issues with this, but there we go. You've got to start somewhere, I guess, in technology. But there we go. There's our Handley Page Hampden bomber, and of course it's some, you could say, a rival to its, you know, which was the Wellington bomber, completely different type of design. Anyway, back to modern day. Here we go, the Typhoon. I mean, it took its first flight. Are you listening to Merlin engines? What is that? Near that? What? Oh, what engine is that? Is that? That's... Don't know what that is, but it sounds BBMF. Ooh, very nice. It's not the Pratt & Whitney, is it? Of the C-47. I can't see from here, sadly. Might even be a Griffin, actually, to be honest, like a Griffin engine, to be fair. And if you just joined us, don't forget to hit our checklist. Do subscribe to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and do hit the like. It does help the channel grow. Yeah, it does sound a bit Griffin-y, doesn't it? Very, you know, that swagger. Yeah, I'd say Griffin. I'm going to go with Griffin on that. Yeah, I'm going with Griffin now. Final answer for the for Nikos. Here we go. Oi, oi. Yeah, I'm just imagining it in PM 631. So, just to go back to the Hampden, it took its first flight as far as 1936 on the 21st of June and introduced at Scampton in 1938. Didn't quite see the end of the war, finished in, retired in 1943, as it didn't have the best reputation, though, mind, especially at Coningsby's 106 Squadron. They actually became the worst squadron as opposed to losses. So they had the highest loss rate of any Hampden Squadron 106. Zulu November, of course, was their squadron markings on the fuselage. So we got a mix of Griffin and Eurojet to EJ200 engines. A nice mix. Oh yeah, it's definitely a Griffin, isn't it? Very, very lower tones, bassier tones. You could almost say the Merlin had more of a sweet tone, whereas the Griffin was more of a lower, bassier tone. Beautiful. Lovely sounds, isn't it? Shame we can't see it. Here we go, Typhoon's taxiing out. Hi, yeah, you alright? Good, thank you. Hello. Okay. Well, I think you've just done it. Baz in Tenerife, how you doing? Yeah, you're good, man. You're good, mate. You're all good. All right, no worries. No problem. No, you're all good, man. Anytime. What's your name? What's your name, man? Rob. So, Rob, here at Coningsby, a big shout out to Baz in Tenerife. Oh, yeah, he's a big fan of the show. You're welcome, man. Lovely to have our fans from the Tenerife. Right, here we go, Coningsby Town. Time for some more departures. You never know, we might get a performance takeoff. The skies are a bit meh. Not the best there. Here we go. £40,000 of thrust, 20,000 in each of the EJ200 engines. Here we go. Departures this morning. I know, we've had departures already. It's only 9:41 here in the morning here in Lincolnshire. There we go, pilot the buzzards. That's the nickname of 29 Squadron, if you didn't know that. So of course the Typhoon's EJ200 engines are fantastic, powerful engines that don't require afterburners or reheats to go supersonic. It can actually operate and reach supersonic speeds without the use of reheats. Here we go, here's another one. The markings of 29 Squadron. And that hangar there, that's a T3, a training family version Typhoon. wing 4-plane configuration. What they call a 4.5 generation jet. It does have a couple of stealth attributes, although not a stealth 5th gen naturally. It is fly-by-wire, which is what they call an FCS. Abbreviations, I'll always give you the the meaning. That's flight control system, the computers that keep the Typhoon performing unbelievable maneuvers. Control system consists of 70 computers. That's right, 70, split into 4 lanes, by the way, 4. And you can even lose 25% of those and the Typhoon will still be flying. It may not start back up when you get it back safely, but the whole point is to get you back safely. It's a phenomenal aircraft. We'll talk to you a little bit about the Typhoon a little bit later on. Give you the full rundown of a Typhoon FGR4 and their other designations in different air forces. Because they are different in other air forces, especially with some of the upgrades are all different, and software and things like this. The Pirate IRST, that's infrared search and track. Typhoon is a drogue and probe mid-air refueled aircraft. And the envelope is just on the right there, just underneath the... I'll give you a fuel rundown. Ha, get it? Now the Typhoon weighing in at just 24,000 pound empty, with its total thrust of just slightly over 40,000 pounds, means that it's got a phenomenal thrust to weight ratio. Okay, it can't fly without any fuel in it, but even full fueled at around 19,000 pounds of fuel and with a couple of goodies attached to it, the weight is still less than its maximum thrust, which means the thrust to weight ratio is a 1:1. That's what they call a 1:1. Anything higher than a 1:1 is good. You want it above 1 if you can, which you can do that on the Typhoon. Which means that it's one of a few aircraft that can actually accelerate vertically. Now, I'm not just talking about the takeoff. I've always made a point about the takeoff, but also at air shows. If you have a look at the Typhoon, it will go in a high alpha and then just pull back on the stick and then just accelerate vertically. Not many fighters could do that. An F-16, F-18 will need to pick up the speed to be able to start accelerating vertically, and it can't do that, whereas the Typhoon can do this, and that's what makes it a little bit special. So from brakes released at 8 seconds, it is capable of reaching, let's say, 185 miles per hour. It depends on the pilot, but from those 8 seconds it can pull back on the stick and accelerate vertically, 50 degree, 60 degree vertical climb, and in 22 seconds after that it is capable of going supersonic. That whistle sound there, that's our Typhoon engine starting up. Welcome to the official Spotters car park, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know. There's no burger van for a while now. Steve's finished up for the season, so he'll be back possibly, I don't know when, but it will be next year now. He will be back. There are still bins provided. There's 8 bins provided. Again, the usual rules, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Please park legally and you know, cautiously and sensibly as well. If the car park it happens to be full, which is, well, it's not even at 30% full. There's only about, I'd say about 10 cars here at the moment. There is a car park in the main town with toilets in the main town as well. About £2 per day as well. Right, here we go. Again, please don't touch the fence, climb the fence, damage the fence, stay away from crash sites. Right, here we go. We've got a few more to go. Here we go. What's his name? David, how you doing, man? Hope you're all good. Nice one. So we've still got 2 more to leave the floor. Yep, here we go. And for those that are new to this, don't panic, these are all training flights. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. That checkered high Viz vehicle, that's our AWCU, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. I looked away, there was 2 Typhoons just taxiing out for departure. Welcome to the show. Don't forget, please hit that like button. If there's probably nearly 1,000 of you watching, and if all the viewers are hitting that like button, then it's obviously a good thing. YouTube will hopefully ping it out there and recommend it to new viewers. I know how much you all love the show. I imagine there are actually people that have not and yet to discover the channel. It'd be nice to get some more and more recruits to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hello, mate. Hey, look at this. Look who's come to see. Oh my word. Oh my word. Look who's here. Tally. And oh no, maybe I'm not quick enough. Tally, what are you doing here, mate? Oh, I've got to press that wrong button there. Tally, what are you doing? You should be at Lakenheath. Sally's brought a mate over here. So it's another Typhoon just taxiing out now. Another Typhoon with, oh, and another one as well. I was going to say 29 Squadron, and also got a 31 Squadron marked aircraft as well. Seek and destroy. Oh, this has got some goodies on it. Hello. Yeah. So test and evaluation. This is, don't worry, they're blue. It means they're not real. They're inert. It's obviously going to be testing out some goodies. Bit of Alison Limerick there. Lovely. Just down the end there should be the 41 Squadron Typhoon. Okay, here we go. Didn't even see that one actually. Hey, how you doing? All right, buddy? You okay? Right, there's no Typhoons to show you, so we just have to leave it down the runway for a moment. How's it going then? All right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Not too bad. Not bad day, is it?
Yeah, not bad actually. Yeah, pretty good actually. Pretty busy. That's all good.
Yeah.
Keeping all right?
Sorry?
Keeping well?
Yeah, you?
Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, this time
Where did they four go this morning?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Obviously, probably some sort of exercise of something, isn't it? Yeah. Time for lots of cups of tea, I think, this time now.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, I tracked them right the way down towards Land's End, like.
Oh,
and then
right.
I switched everything off.
Oh, okay. Ah.
So,
Yeah, there were 12 squadrons, I think.
yeah.
Time for a cup of tea, I think.
Yeah, I'm just got nibbled down. I've got nibbles to do when I get home.
Yeah.
I'll see you again then, Jake.
Yeah, I'll see you again, alright?
Yeah, okay, mate.
Yeah, I'll be back again next week. Oh, Monday. Monday I'll be back.
On Monday?
Yeah, I'll be back here Monday.
Yeah.
Well, weather permitting, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
See you, buddy. Right. A little bit fresh out here, isn't it? Oh. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thanks to those that have tuned in today. And you may have heard we are back, weather permitting, here on Monday, our traditional post-party visit to Coningsby with all the massive. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Thanks for that. Just like I said, it started a little bit earlier than expected, but there we go. There was a NOTAM out there for the earlier move. Let me just check ADSB actually before I embarrass myself. Hang on. You know how it is. Talk history, get aircraft and all that there. No. Should be all good. Should be all good, right. Woo! What are we doing, ladies and teddy bears? So I hope we're all good. And well, my name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Welcome to the show. Hope we're all good and well. And welcome to Bomber County, or as it is, Fighter Town again. And you know, it's really interesting to talk to you about the area. Although it wasn't an airfield during World War I, the county was indeed Fighter County, because there was various airfields to protect the county as well as other counties against the Zeppelin raids, and especially in Norfolk with Marham as well. And this was the case. And there's so much history in Lincolnshire, being England's second largest county. And just to give you an idea, there was as many as 46 airfields during the Second World War in Lincolnshire alone. For those that want the full numbers, let's have a look. By the end of the Second World War, there was about 450 Royal Air Force designated airfields and about 160 or so United States Army Air Force airfields. Now, when we roll this back to, let's say, the First World War, we're talking around about 300 military airfields. And the other reason as well for many airfields is the fact that they became quite close together as well, and there are a few reasons for this as well. If you have a look at, I'm going to be printing out a better map, because I used to show you my little map. I've got Perry's kindly made me a smaller A4 version. There's quite a lot of reasons to think about this as well. Now, you've got to defend towns and cities that were exposed to being bombed. You've also got advancements in technology. Some airfields weren't quite cut out. You know, they didn't think at the time about the drainage, because the earlier airfields were just simple stretches of grass. Let's face it, a Spitfire can take off on any piece of long stretch of grass, really. And there is indeed a grass runway here at Coningsby, which the Chipmunk uses, and you can see it here. It's where those Dayglow orange ones. That's the start. All right, so that's one, or shall we say one end of the runway, and then the other end of the grass runway is over here. And they're marked in that respect for a grass runway. So that's what we had at first. And of course, with runway upgrades, you know, you do risk closing your runway. You do risk closing your runway while you're getting upgraded, and this happened here at Coningsby with Woodhall Spa being opened while the runways here were closed to be upgraded. There was an average of 7 miles between airfield to airfields, and again, this was for many reasons. If the transition, for example, which happened here from a Hampden or even an Avro Manchester or a twin engine bomber, and they were going to progress to a 4-engine bomber, you couldn't really have an airfield to train and to actually operate in combat sorties. So it made sense to have satellite stations. So if we look at RAF Mildenhall with Lakenheath, they were using various airfields surrounding it called satellite stations, and Coningsby had one as well. In fact, today we have Cranwell. They've got Barkston Heath, which parent that, and I think Keevil Airfield is parented and run by RAF Bryce Norton. So this kind of still exists in that respect. So it gives opportunity to have trainings and operational training units at various airfields. So this was quite a thing. So just in Lincolnshire alone, we're talking about 46 airfields being on average 7 miles apart. So you've got Woodhall Spa, you've got Dunholm Lodge, you've got Metheringham, you got Waddington, of course that's a little bit further, but you've got RAF Digby close to that, you know, it's so on and so on. So there were a lot of airfields, and also, as we spoke about in some of our other streams and videos, you've also got decoy airfields, which are fake airfields, so on and so on. But they don't count as part of our 46 airfields, but just bear in mind what could look like on Google Maps. You could probably see remnants of 1940-41 decoy airfields, which were quite clever. These were fake airfields, which we spoke about them as well. So the county was susceptible to being raided against Zeppelins. These are the sort of Hindenburg, those balloons, because that's what, you know, aviation itself dates back a long way from balloons, kites, etc. And Zeppelin raids were during the First World War. And the First World War for Britain, we had 300 military airfields which stood at the end of the war. Now, just to give you an idea of the rundown after the war, so 1918. By 1924, after the war, of course, we had just 27 by 1924. And many of these, though, were recalled for expansion. And by 1935, the military airfields began to rise again. Why? Because someone got into power and started to really cause a bit of a stir. In fact, Hitler elected and selected Goring to become the Air Chief Marshal for what was to become the world's largest air force ever in the world at that time. We're talking thousands of aircraft, and don't forget, these were done in secrecy. They were done, they weren't allowed, they were forbidden to rearm, and they did it by making pretend civilian aircraft, but they were actually dubbed. So while the world was just relaxing a little bit, shall we say, from the threat, but of course they realized the dangers, and things became apparent that, hey, hang on a minute, we're in a bit of danger. Now, I'm hoping to get you a Christmas special, and I spoke about the Battle of the Beams very briefly. Yes, beams, sort of like an invisible war. We spoke about Dr. Reginald Jones as well as Robert Watson Watt with his home defence, his chain home system, along with the Dowding radar system, and trying to get ways to make sure that the country was protected. We're talking about an island which is naturally defended, but if you put that under siege, then we would be in trouble. There were so many elements, there's so many aspects where people, I see this from time to time, where, you know, it's always dubbed, that there were so many heroic and famous squadrons out there, but it was a lot more to it. I see these titles that say, yeah, this squadron saved the war, or this person, you know, if it wasn't for this person, we wouldn't have won the war, shall we say. But it's in one aspect it's true, but I think it's a lot more to it. because don't forget, yes, we had the Battle of Britain, yes, we had the at Norfolk we had 303 Squadron, the highest scoring squadron in the Battle of Britain. Okay, we've got that, yeah, we understand that, but you've also got to remember the Dowding system, which was created by Robert Watson Watt, who made the chain home system. Basically, for those that don't know, a system that can identify that we've got incoming aircraft. But then when you think of that, what about what Germany had? Germany had the Y-Gerat, the X-Gerat, and the Knickerbein. For those that have no idea what I'm talking about, we're talking about a beam system. Now, in 1935, in the movies, H.G. Wells was making all these like radio waves, and there were aliens and laser guns and all this flying saucers and stuff, right? Trying to tell the Air Ministry that Germany had this beam system that could navigate their bombers was really a far-fetched. It was like, no, that's a little bit far-fetched there. In fact, ultimately, this was true. This is what they had. Just to give you an idea of some of the systems where I mentioned the X and Y Gerat and the Knickerbein, literally a beam, a frequency set from occupied territory, or from all the way from Germany, sorry, a beam that was sent, and then a second beam that would intersect it. And that is how accurate they were for bombing. But it was the legendary Dr. Reginald Jones that actually found this beam, but tried to convince the Air Ministry this is real. In fact, it was a bit of luck, because they were searching for these beams and tried to tell the Air Ministry that, you know, tried to convince them that we weren't wasting time for days. It was actually on the 4th day of looking for these miraculous beams. But then the next scenario is the fact that if World War II Germany knew that we've worked out these beams, then maybe they'll just use another beam, use another frequencies. They didn't want to spook them out too much. But I'll make either a separate live, a special live for the Battle of the Beams. How's that? Maybe for a Christmas special. I'll see what I can do. But that is what we're talking about. And then when World War II Germany were like, you know, scratching their heads and thinking, oh, how are we missing the targets? They then had another system. There was Y-Gerat and, using a transponder on the aircraft. What Dr. Jones did was actually put a fake beam and make the Luftwaffe bomb somewhere else, and they were like, how did we miss the target? This system is foolproof. Well, we were actually deflecting the beams, by the way. And then they come up with a 6-beam system to make sure that, you know, some beam was going to intersect. It was basically an intersection point, a point guided. And then they come up with I think it was the Knickerbein, like a crooked leg system, because I think something to do with the aerial was a crooked leg. Almost like what we call a dog leg when we're, you know, in junctions on roads. But anyway, I know I've gone completely off Coningsby's history, but like I said, you know, a Bomber Command formed in 1936, and that didn't come out very well, because it was trying to justify aerial bombing. Try that. What was a military target, so on and so on. We also had Fighter Command, Coastal Command formed, and eventually in 1940 the Operational Training Unit started to appear with Training Command as well. Light bombers and Spitfires and Hurricanes, they were using, of course, grass runways, because we didn't need hardened runways. However, as technology improves, you have to then adapt to what you're taking them off from, where they're taking off from. It's a bit like who remembers the sound mirrors? They were okay until aircraft started to get faster. Once they got faster, it was a bit too late, really. We had sound horns to listen out for incoming enemy aircraft, but they couldn't really tell you how many there were, and it was the cutting point when it was a milk float in the end anyway. But what I'm saying is that as aircraft and technology improves, you then need to think about where you are operating from, and this was the case. And there were benefits to grass runways. They were quick to install because it's there and you just got to maintain it. The AWCU told me on the grass runways, you have to look out for moles causing bumps and crannies across there. So there was some maintaining, and also drainage was an issue as well. But if the airfield was under attack, then you know, you can use some stretch of runway. But anyway, it wasn't until literally that Lancasters were put into effect, and Stirlings, Halifax and Lancasters, heavy bombers really needed concrete runways. And that was the point from December 1940 that the Air Ministry said, right, that's it. If you are going to have an airfield with bomber command use, then you will be built with a concrete hardened runway in the Class A configuration. Why the Class A? Well, a couple of reasons. One, you can then have 6 directions of travel, so crosswind, you can choose another runway. There was a main runway, it was usually about 6,000 foot and then 4,000 subsidiary runways with that. And also if your runway was in you know, bombed, attacked in any way, you can then use another runway. So plans to build Coningsby itself began in 1937, and it wasn't until 1940 on the 4th of November, so not too long ago on its anniversary, they began to build Coningsby, and it was built in 1940 on the 4th of November with its grass runways at the time. Those that were converted had to close, all right, and that's what happened to Coningsby eventually, but operated under number 5 group as well of Bomber Command, and the first residents to arrive to operate from Coningsby was indeed on the 23rd of February 1941, so a few months after it officially opened. It was 106 Squadron, and they arrived with the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Their bombers had Zulu November, and operating the Handley Page Hampden that we spoke briefly about, and that come out with the same specification as Vickers Wellington bomber as well. The first mission actually for Coningsby happened on the the night of the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941, when 5 Hampdens took part in a raid over Hamburg. The following night, on completing their first mission, 106 Squadron took to the skies again for their second mission, but this time it was to happen. This time Coningsby suffered their first ever loss. It was Hampden X3002. This was the first loss and the first crew lost at Coningsby. 4 heroes lost. The first ever crew killed in action on that morning of the 4th of March 1941. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. Their markings were Oscar Foxtrot, equipped with the Avro Manchester. However, the unreliability of the Manchester and the aircraft being grounded several times, 106 Squadron were usually on their own flying Hampden. So you got Hampdens, and again that had its own problems, and then you got the Avro Manchester. Now, I was having a bit more
I was investigating
I was having a look a little bit more about the Avro Manchester. I've got a little bit of info, a little bit more detail to tell you. Now, I know I've got here is the Avro Lancaster, that's granted, but the Avro Manchester was actually formed from its failures. Okay, so the Lancaster actually formed from that. So the Manchester itself, it was all to do with the engines. So A.V. Rowe and Roy Chadwick and his crew had a beautiful aircraft, but the problem is it was actually the unreliability of the Vulture engines that really caused the problems. And you know, it's just one of those things that, let me just move this over here. So yeah, the specifications, the dimensions were very close to the Lancaster, which is why I'm showing you it. They made about 200 and didn't see, I think it was about 206 Manchesters. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about the problems and what happened. They built about 209, I think it was, and they retired it in 1942 because it kept getting grounded. And just to give you an idea, the very first one had a third tail here, all right, but they got rid of that. It was the Mark 1, and then they made a Mark 1A, got rid of that, and extended this H by about 1.5 meters. So it's quite similar. It had a 90-foot wingspan, all right, not like the 102 that we have today, because it only had 2 engines, and it was the engine, it was the Rolls-Royce Vulture. Now on paper it was claimed to have 1,760 horsepower. It could only get, I think it was something like 1,300 to 1,500 horsepower. It was underpowered and it had problems. Now I was having a look at some of the pistons and bearings. The ball bearings weren't quite right, and I actually had a look at some damage, and a few of the sources suggest some of the pistons inside actually popped out. Well, when you have pistons flying out, you're talking about a bit of a problem there. So the piston rings will start to break from there, and you know, it actually cost more men in failure to the engine than actually in combat. So they got rid of that, and Roy Chadwick and his crew didn't give up on it. They made a Mark III, okay? Now they added 4 new engines, okay, and they were Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, Merlin 20 at the time, producing around 1,300 reliable horsepower, okay, and you know, they extended the wingspan to cope with the 4 engines, of course, and the specification was wonderful. It was the heaviest bomber of the Royal Air Force at that time, the most successful. You know, 7,737 or so were made, and it ticked all the boxes. It was the beautiful Avro Lancaster. It really was indeed the wonderful engines that really saved this. And it was a BT-308 that made its prototype at RAF Waddington in early 1940, and it had a 3rd tail. It had a 3rd fin, and Roy Chadwick and his crew decided to do away with that. It was DG595, a prototype, which looked pretty much like this, and that was it. December, I think it was Christmas Eve 1940, RAF Waddington 44 Squadron received a beautiful Christmas present. They renamed it, okay, they got rid of the Manchester name, they put the Avro Lancaster Mark I, and there we go. And that was how our beautiful Lancaster was formed, from failures of the Avro Manchester. I mean, how amazing is that you can produce something beautiful? And it had the same specification as the Halifax as well. With that, so luckily they didn't give up on that. All right, so that was quite a bit of fate there, that we had this. So there were 2 squadrons here, 106 Squadron flying the Hampden and 97 Squadron, and like I said, 97 Squadron sometimes had to be grounded, and 106 Squadron actually converted to the Manchesters, believe it or not, but then they realised that they couldn't fly it, and eventually they actually switched back to the Hampden. So that was quite an interesting, you know, quite an interesting thing to think about, and it's amazing on some of the stories that I've been reading about Coningsby. There's quite a few amazing stories here at Coningsby, and you know, accidents after accidents. There was even I don't know whereabouts. There was even a crash here. As well. So with all the issues that Manchester was having, 106 Squadron actually converted to the Manchester in early 42, but that's when it retired. And Coningsby satellite station, which is about 5 miles that way in the direction of the backwards Crow, that had been completed with hardened runways. 97 Squadron received a new 4-engine bomber, and what they did, they actually Coningsby were using the Woodhall Spa as where they were training for the Avro Lancaster. So what they did, 97 and 106 Squadron, they actually formed, I think it was from their B flight, they formed like an OCU basically to train their men, and on bad weather they'd actually operate from Woodhall Spa with that as well. And in 1942 as well, something quite significant for 106 Squadron, they were to have a new wing commander, and aged just 23, Wing Commander Guy Gibson took command of the squadron here at Coningsby, which is quite amazing to appreciate that. And it really did increase morale here at Coningsby. And he was the youngest squadron, he was the youngest commanding officer, being just 23. And he didn't like desk jobs, and he wanted to fly. He was one of those that just wanted to fly. He already had 4 aerial victories as a night fighter with 29 Squadron. And he got himself back into flying. there's all sorts of stories that you can read that not many people liked his attitude. I think maybe because he was younger than everyone else, but there we go. But he got himself back into flying with mine laying in the Baltics on the 22nd of April 42. He carried out 3 more sorties in the Manchester, so it's amazing that he survived during the following 3 weeks. And he was a great commander and a pilot for the squadron, that he was highly recognised for his 18 night sorties, of which 6 were consecutive. He was actually a fan of the Hampden as well, and he tried to bring it on to the mine laying role, but the squadron was improved and the performance was noted by analysts of Bomber Command and the Air Ministry, which is why I believe that might have been a key factor for him moving here, getting a great reputation, and him being selected in 1943 for Squadron X, and we all know what that is. That's 617 Squadron from RAF Scampton. So in May of 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1000 bomber raid over Cologne. There were 3 night bombing sorties against German cities. On the last one in the summer, finally Coastal Command actually took part. You see, the problem is, 1000 bomber raid, we didn't have 1000 bombers. We're talking about trying to scrape Blenheims and Wellington bombers, and Coastal Command would not cooperate and participate. There were 599 Wellingtons that took part in this, and of the 1042 bombers that we got, I think something like around 42 actually were lost, which is, if you put that into a ratio, that's actually quite good. Now, here's another little fact about the 1000 bomber raid. Coastal Command finally said yes on the last raid as well with that. But Air Chief Marshal Harris, nicknamed Bomber Harris, he was really struggling to get 1000 bombers. Now, what he did, you also need a crew to fly these bombers, by the way. So what he did, he actually looked at the operational training units. Now, this is a bit of a problem because some of them weren't fully qualified, but he actually did what I read was the fact that if they were a few weeks away from completing being qualified, he actually made it shorter for them to qualify, just so he can get the crew and the aircraft to take part in the 1000 bomber raid. So there we go, something a little bit interesting there for the 1000 bomber raid. And eventually in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syerston. So 106 Squadron moved, leaving just 97 Squadron here, because Coningsby was going to be closed. They've already got their Lancasters, but they couldn't operate here, all right? Remember, anything after December 1940 were made with hardened runways. Coningsby still had grass runways. So the station closed, and the transformation meant that the flying ceased. So 97 Squadron went to... where did they go? Sorry, 97 Squadron went to Woodhall Spa, and then they moved to, yes, they're Woodhall Spa. It was 106 Squadron went to Syerston, and then eventually went to Metheringham, by the way. If you go to Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, you'll see the Zulu November on the buildings there, which is quite nice, and Guy Gibson. Lots of stuff about Guy Gibson and 106 Squadron. Really recommend to see it. A station that was selected to have the FIDO, the fog fog dispersal operation. Absolutely amazing. Have a look at that as well. So while this closed between September 1942 and August 1943, there were number 5 group training school were here, the G equipment school, and also the cookery school were also here. I mean, if there's no flying, might as well teach people to cook, right? So there you go. And 106 Squadron, like I said, they eventually moved as well. So in the spring of 1943, the first to use the runways was actually 1514 Beam approach training flight with Avro Ansons and the Oxford aircraft that were here. And beam approach training was actually a bit like ILS. It was for bad weather or night. There'll be a beam sent down the runway, and literally the aircraft would actually just match in the middle. Simple but effective, and it works and it helps. So they were the first, but it was on the 25th of August 43 that Coningsby got back into Bomber Command operations, and 617 Squadron were operating here. 619 were at Woodhall Spa, but they swapped. And 61 Squadron were also operating here with 619. So 617 went to Woodhall Spa. So if you go to Woodhall Spa, if you go to the Petwood Hotel, you'll see numerous amounts of amazing artifacts there. You'll also notice that a lot of the stations, as they were known, is it a base, is it a station? Well, historically it is station. Historically, but of course we still say base today. But what's fascinating is, you know, that you'll notice that there were always 2 squadrons usually. It never occurred to me. There was 61 and 619. There was 106 and 97. You'll find that quite a lot. And then you had B flight, C flight, etc. as well. So it's really, really interesting to take note of that as well. So there we go. Also, when 97 Squadron came back here at Coningsby, they actually took part on D-Day. So June the 5th. The night into the 5th into the 6th of June. It was 18 Lancasters of 97 Squadron that took off for their mission over Normandy, 18 of them. And 97 Squadron were actually amongst the first casualties of D-Day. There is a famous flight, Zebra flight, Lancaster, flown by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, DFC. Now he was in, along with his squadron, they were in really good spirits. A lot of brave souls were, men were really, really in good spirits for a raid over Normandy beaches, because they weren't going too far into occupied Europe. They weren't going as deep into Berlin, of course. That was extremely dangerous. The Nuremberg raids, and as such, they were literally going to bomb on the beaches and take out gun positions or whatever target that they were strategic position. So they were in really good spirits, and it was his famous words. And he said, "Thank God I'm not in OTU now," because OTU was an extremely dangerous place to be. They didn't see any action, of course, and this was obviously deemed as being safer. And the flight actually cost him his life. They actually took off at 2:56, of course, in the morning at 02:56 from Coningsby's runways. Now, we always think of the scramble with our Spitfires and Hurricanes and such, but also, meanwhile, across the sea, over the other side, over the other territory, the Luftwaffe were just as ready as the Royal Air Force to scramble. Across the channel, there was a German night fighter pilot, Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher. Now, he was of SKG-10, and he was sitting on alert. And SKG-10 was a Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attack unit, and they were equipped with the Focke-Wulf FW-190s. They were G3s and G8s. Now, Eberspacher, the holder of the Iron Cross in first and second class, had been promoted to Staffel-Kapitän to lead the 3rd Staffel and the 1st Grouper in May. And SKG-10, they flew hit-and-run fighter missions with the FW-190s over southern England by day and by night. Now, due to the lack of regular night fighters in France, in view of the increase in number of night bombing missions being flown by the Royal Air Force against French targets, from April 1944, the FW-190s of SKG-10 were also to be employed on Ville de Sauer. Ville de Sauer means wild boar. They were free-ranging night fighter missions against British bombers on brighter moonlit nights. Now, let me talk to you about Ville de Sauer really briefly. These men were, right, let's think about it. Let's think about the technology they had for night flying. You're up in your FW-190, or even if you're up in a Spitfire at night. I mean, what technology do you have for night vision? You probably don't have a lot, especially during World War II. Okay, so there had to be some form of tactics. Now, I've always said this, the moon can be your enemy, it could also be your friend. Now, think about this. We also had, we eventually had number 8 group of Bomber Command, who were the Pathfinders. They dropped flares on their targets. Now, to counter that, the Germans would try to put out those flares to make it harder for the Allies to bomb their targets. Okay, so there were a lot of tactics, but the thing is, the moon could also light you up. Now, Ville de Sauer, what does this mean? Well, put it this way, but before I go into that, I need to tell you also the Luftwaffe also had yellow and green flares to try to light up the bombers. Also, if you remember in my previous talks about the Halifax bomber, when the Royal Air Force changed to night bombing, they didn't think about the flames coming out of the exhausts. This would light you up like a sore thumb. Enemy night fighters would see this. So they then invent, and they just literally just shoot at where the flames were coming out of. I can see a Typhoon getting ready for takeoff. Yes. So they invented dampers, but dampers would be draggy as well, and obviously you'd lose speed. Wildeshauer was absolutely dangerous. All right. Now, who's had an art light box? Who's ever used one of those? Right. Basically, Wildeshauer would use, all right, their own flak, German flak. Once it exploded, the point is that the 109s or the FW190s would look out for a silhouette if this was above the cloud. All right, so flak is blowing up here, and that illumination would light up the Lancaster as a black silhouette. But on moonlit nights, it would shine the whole top of the Lancaster, so the FW190s would dive down and attack it. We're talking about men that were completely, like, outrageously brave to attack aircraft in not only nighttime, but to, you know, actually operate in their own flak. And yes, many of them were actually shot down by their own flak. So flak would explode, and if it was cloudy, you'd see a black silhouette. On a moonlit night, you'd see it glow, and then you can shoot it down. And sadly, for the men of 97, Coningsby's 97 Squadron were up against these type of men, and Carter and his crew, they did drop their bombs on their targets and had turned for home, and they sadly were met by Eberspacher. And they had no idea. It was dark, they couldn't see anything, and Eberspacher with his FW190 at 0500, the bombers probably never seen the way they would dive down. I believe top turrets became kind of like obsolete after a while, which is why many of them didn't have it, because the way the Germans would dive onto the aircraft, and then they worked out you just literally just aim for the front as you dive down. 4 of the Lancasters of 97 Squadron were lost, including Carter's Z Zebra flight. It was lost. They tried to radio in. They didn't even know they were being attacked, and 4 of them were lost in just a matter of minutes. Now, before I go into more detail, I believe I've got some Typhoons taxiing now on the south side of the base. Hang on a minute, just so I don't get too. You see, talk history, get aircraft, innit? Let me just double check. I'm sure I've seen some Foons, unless they were just being moved. Just give me 1 second. So Eberspacher actually received no return fire from the Typhoon, from the Lancasters, and it was the RAF's first losses from D-Day. Sure, I've seen, yeah, there are Typhoons about to take off. Also in 1944, Squadrons began operating out of Coningsby with Mosquitoes. So it was time to have Mosquitoes here, which was at the time the fastest and the first ever multi-role aircraft, the Mosquito. I'll tell you what, the Mosquito's got some wonderful history, which I've spoken to you about as well. But sadly, this was the result and the end of Guy Gibson, because he actually came here, was given a mission of a 5 group to attack targets, but he went to Woodhall Spa and used a Mosquito KB267 of 657 Squadron, but sadly at 22:30 after the raid, Gibson's aircraft was seen crashing at Steenbergen. Gibson flew a total of 171 operational missions. He shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time in 29 Fighter Squadron. He was just 26 when he died. 97 and 83 Squadron operated the Avro Lincoln here, which was the Lincoln was the successor and an answer to kind of match the B-29. But of course, it wasn't as good, shall we say, as the B-29, because indeed the Royal Air Force decided to purchase the B-29s, and they were designated as the Boeing Washingtons, which were here in 1950. So we've got a nice selection of squadrons and aircraft that were operating here. 15 Squadron, who then went on to fly the very first jet aircraft. 1953 saw Coningsby era went into the jet era, and it was the English Electric Canberra. There was 9 Squadron, 12, 15 and 249 squadrons that were operating the English Electric Canberra here. We also had the Avro Vulcan between 62 and 64 here. I know, right? Vulcans were parked right where the Typhoons are, and you had that wonderful little crew bus, which I've seen a painting of in blue here at Coningsby. Eventually, they went to Cottesmore. The Canberra was soon to be replaced, and various aircraft were chosen. Of course, it was the very sore subject, the TSR-2. Coningsby was selected to become a TSR-2 station. That didn't go ahead, of course, as we know. That's history for you. But F-111K aardvarks were chosen. But sadly, that didn't go ahead. Well, 50 were ordered, 2 were nearly built, but that didn't go ahead. And it was indeed, in 1968, 6th Squadron arrived with the Phantoms. So this changed Coningsby in 1968 when FGR2 Phantoms, or F4s, arrived here with number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers. Well, some lovely blue skies. So all the way from 1940 to 1968, new era fighter town. Here we go. Come on. Yeah. We do have more. Just to give you there's our Phantom, and it was designated as the FGR2 here at Coningsby with several squadrons. 228 became the OCU. '23 Fighter 56. 41, and many of the squadrons in the late 70s eventually went to, well, at the time, RAF Wattisham, to replace the duties of the English Electric Lightning in the 70s. Typhoons to go. One Squadron also operating here with the Harrier. Jaguars were also here, and in 1976 the BBMF arrived. And just a rewind, it was at Coltershore where the BBMF were in 1973. They received the Avro Lancaster, and it was the arrival of the Lancaster which added memorial to the flight. They were known as the Battle of Britain flight at the time until 1973, and in 1976 they made Coningsby their home. Okay, here we go, let's ride. So the Typhoons weren't here just yet, as
My name's Cass.
hi.
Can I just give you a treat to get?
Oh, bless you, thank you.
Get Ted a Christmas tree.
I will. Oh, bless your heart. Thank you very
Okay.
much. That's very
I'm
kind.
watching your videos.
Oh, bless
Love
you.
it.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. So yeah, we had the Tornado arrived. That was 29 Squadron who were the first to operate the F3. There were various Tornadoes operating here at Coningsby as well, but eventually, of course, it is a Typhoon town. Been a good day. Been really busy here at Coningsby. Training flights. Always good to see our men and women of our Royal Air Force here at Coningsby doing their thing, training. I mean, there's so many things to talk about. The aspect of the qualified flying instructor and their role that they play to assist the junior pilots to become fully qualified Typhoon pilots. But of course, it means you must pass your training. So yeah, the Tornadoes were here, the F3s. they began to form from November 84. It was namely 229 OCU, and training took place in 87 when Phantoms left to Lucas and Coningsby had the first 29 Fighter Squadron Tornado Air Defence Squadron. And then of course Jaguars were here. See ya! And it was indeed in 2003 that the Royal Air Force received their Typhoons, operating them from Warton Aerodrome, getting fully trained, and then 2005, May the 19th was the day 17 Squadron arrived here with the Typhoon, and of course 29 Squadron was selected to become the operational conversion unit. Other squadrons followed, number 3, number 11 Fighter, and then 41, and eventually in 2020 our latest Typhoon Squadron arrived. Number 12 is a joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. There we go. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? There's our Typhoon now that we show. For those who don't know how it operates and all the goodies about it. Typhoon made in 4 different countries. There are some differences, of course, which we'll talk about. See ya! And the 4 countries contributing to the Typhoon: left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the centre fuselage Germany, front section cockpit area, this section here Britain, the rear part including the stabiliser, you got components from Britain and Italy as well, and it is an amazing aircraft made predominantly of carbon composite. We're talking about 85% carbon composite and acrylic canopy as well. Most fighters have an acrylic canopy as well, and you'll also notice the radome and here they're slightly different grey, slightly different paintwork. That's throughout all the Typhoons because these are sensitive areas where the radar is, and you've got an antenna here, and this is because you don't want to start painting them. You may compromise their performance. We'll talk to you a little bit about from nose to the nozzles, from top to bottom of the Typhoon. So the Typhoon in the Royal Air Force is called the FGR4. It stands for Fighter Ground Attack Reconnaissance Mark 4. There we go. The Royal Air Force's Typhoon has been tuned down to Mach 1.8. Now, on standard paper, a Eurofighter is Mach 2.0. That's twice the speed of sound, for those who don't know what Mach means. And the radar, of course, these have been upgraded all the time. They've probably got new ones in. I don't know which ones have them or not, but it did start life out as an ECR90 electronic counter measures as well. The radar, which is the AESA. All right, you may hear this quite a lot. This is your radar developed from Marconi, first of all, but they do have new ones. I can't remember if it's Hensoldt or something like that, making the new ones. Okay, AESA stands for Active Electronic Scanned Array. What this means is this is scanning. This is looking for danger. Danger. It's looking out for all the baddies. It's looking out for targets constantly, and it's a clever piece of kit because matched with the Typhoon's mounted display unit, so it's a helmet mounted display unit called the Striker, I think it is. Been a long time. Link that. What it is, what you can do, you can actually lock onto and seek targets 160 kilometers away, ladies and gentlemen, and 300 kilometers for larger aircraft. You can lock onto 20 to 30 targets simultaneously and prioritize on 6 of those. The Typhoon with the special helmet, the Striker helmet, can actually see through the whole Typhoon and lock onto targets using the helmet. It's amazing. You may have seen this helmet and thought, what is that? Looks like a fancy helmet. It's the one with lots of bubbles on it. You know, in cartoons when someone's get hit over the head, you get a little bump on the head. It looks like that, but obviously the pilot's fine. Okay, so you've got that, and like I said, they are upgrading this now. It does 100 and okay, it's all right. Someone's asking about the party. I shall sort that out. Right, so yes, so the scanned scanned array, gives a full scope, full battlefield scope. Now, not all Typhoons have this. Let's just turn this round, all right? This here, which looks like a CCTV camera, that little dome in there, that's your Pirate IRST, infrared search and track. This is a clever system developed by Thales. There's lots of different brands here. It's not all what you think, you know. Got Michelin tires and Safran landing gear, you know. There's lots of different companies that chip into the Typhoon, but anyway, one step at a time. The German Air Force and Austrian have opted out of having the Pirate IRST. This is night vision. This can this has a ultra high definition scanned infrared search and track, okay, and also has thermal technology, so it can actually detect heat from vehicles, human beings, all kinds of targets. So you not only have you got your AESA, but you've also got this, which is amazing. You can actually use it to land in absolutely filthy weather and complete darkness. So if you are you know, operating from a runway that's got no lights for security reasons and you need to land, you can use your IRST. But this is a search and track. It does the same thing. It searches and tracks targets in infrared and thermal. I think it's got 4 filters, not your filters where you can like do a selfie on, a different type of filter. A bit like Crime Watch, when you watch a helicopter doing that infrared, you can see but it is in HD. I've had a look, it's amazing. There we go. So the Typhoon doesn't have any elevators. I know I said I work from the front, but I need you to notice it doesn't have any elevators, so it has 4 planes, okay? Now this controls your pitch, angle of attack, can also be used as a speed brake as well. These have to be serviced and checked that not one type of degree has gone out. These assist the Typhoon with its maneuverability. This envelope here, that's your where your probe is, so you can be refueled with Drogan probe. On the top here, you've got your air brake. Underneath, you've got your air intakes. The intake system is an S-duct system. What on earth does that mean? S-duct is shaped like a letter S. So this long tube where the air goes through, the Typhoon's engine sits at the last fifth of the fuselage. That's amazing. But because the engine sits at the top and the air intakes are low, it's almost like a letter S, all right, like this. Why do you do that? To hide your fan, to hide the heat coming from compression blades, so the enemy radar will be trying to find and seek not only for heat, but also try to detect the fans as well. These are cowlings, which adjust the amount of airflow going into the Typhoon. This is your splitter, all right, your boundary layer diverter. This is a very important piece of kit. Racing cars, sports cars, they all have a form of splitter, and the point of that is if you're going supersonic speeds, you're going to start to create a lot of pressure and really draggy air. So if you've got 2 types of pressure hitting your fan, you're going to damage your engine. Also, supersonic speeds are not exactly brilliant for compressor blades, so this scoops it. It stops it from happening. Air is like fluid. You pour water on this nose, you'd probably think the water will just run off the edges. Incorrect. It sticks, and that's how boundary layer works. The air sticks and creates this really draggy air. So you've got draggy air hitting the top of your fan, and in your nice smooth air hitting the bottom, you got alternative air hitting the fan, and it can damage it. So that is important that you've got that. The F-16 has the similar one. The F-35s have this contoury, bulgy thing coming out. In real world, this has drills here, like a grill, just to scoop up any leftover boundary layer, all right? You've got your leading edges here, the Typhoon's wing profile. Look at the wings, they're actually curved in this beautiful configuration. This little probe here, that's your MAW, that's MAW, that's the missile approach warning. This will keep the pilot alive. This little cap here, that's where the drag chute, so for parachute, comes out. It's not only on emergencies. If you're coming back with lots of ordnance, you want to take that gear, you want to take the stress off the gear and land it smoothly, especially if you've got storm shadow and really heavy ordnance, or if you're fully fueled and you need to make that emergency landing where you couldn't dump all the fuel, for example. This beautiful little inlet here, this is the RAM intake heat exchanger. This scoops up air. So what this does, it cools down the Typhoon's EJ200 engines when it's had excess amount of reheat being used. So Typhoon display, with lots of reheat afterburner, this is going to really need to work hard to cool down the engines from excess amount. Interesting fact, Typhoon could only stay inverted in full reheat for about 10 seconds. Anything more than that, you risk emptying your tanks. The blue tack is optional to land on desks and tables. This top antenna here, that's a very high frequency antenna. This tiny little bit here that sticks out, tiny little bit, that's your fuel vent. That's where the fuel is vented. Really important it does that. You may see it on startups where if the Typhoon is completely fully fueled, you may get an increase in pressure as it starts up, as the pumps just push out any excess. What you don't want is trapped air in between the fuel line, because what happens is that you'll starve and probably stall your engine or something like that, because you need to be able to push out any air and fuel. So it's keeping a constant pressure of fuel coming out. So when the Typhoon is performing negative Gs, you'll see a streak of evaporated fuel come out, and that's the air, the fuel venting out. And it's important that it does that, because if it doesn't, it could actually starve the engine with doing that. It's quite dangerous for it. Okay, what else can we talk about? I think we spoke about everything nearly. Right, underneath you've got 13 hard points. I'm going to designate the 13th. There's one in the middle, so now we're left with 12. There's a hard point for another drop tank. Okay, so one center drop tank for the 13th, and then you've got another drop tank on each ring. So now you're left with 5 drop tank. Now you're left with 5 more hard points where you can add lots of good stuff onto it. This pylon here, that's your decoy pylon, sometimes known as an FOTD. That's fiber optic towed decoy, a fiber optic lanyard towing a radar to pretend that you're somewhere else. Does that make sense? Don't think like me and think it's an inflatable Typhoon, because that's what I thought. Okay, let's have a little bit more look underneath here. This here, under here you've got your chaff dispenser, bits of, so if you've got enemy trying to lock onto you with guided missiles, you can use chaff, bits of metal, to fool the enemy radar. If it's heat seeking, you can use the flare dispensers that are here. All else fails, then you can use the sun. It might sound like something out of the movies, but they can use that as a last resort. Aim for the sun, hopefully to fool the enemy heat-seeking missiles. The Typhoon, you may hear it's a fly-by-wire. What does that mean? It's controlled by several computers. There are a total of 70, that's right, 70 computers split into 4 lanes. The data for these computers are underneath here, the ADPs here, aircraft data meters. There are 4 of them, and you'll see this red smile here and here. They're covers when it's parked up with all the covers on. They're split into the 4 lanes, okay? The 4 lanes having the computers, you can have up to 25% of your computers down, 25%. The Typhoon will be able to get you back. You'll go into some sort of safe mode. When you get back, if you're going to start it up again, it won't let you. It needs fixing. So it's good enough to get you home. There's our first arrival today. First flight of the Typhoon, 1994. This is aero braking at its finest, and may look like a wheelie, but it causes and gives the landing gear and the braking system a bit of a relax. It uses the undercarriage as a, almost like a parachute, creates drag. This is called aero braking. The Typhoon's foreplanes in the downwards position, look,
create a bit of drag, slow the aircraft down without using your brakes. Amazing. Those tyres are filled with nitrogen for various reasons. Nitrogen won't react to the pressures and also creating vapour which can freeze, causing blowouts if you were to use air, oxygen basically. So they're filled with nitrogen so it doesn't react with the pressures of going at different altitudes. Triple X markings of 29 Squadron. Inside the main fuselage of the Typhoon there's 30 kilometres of cable and wiring. I know, right? I thought my back of my PC was bad and my TV system. Nah. Typhoons returning. We go, the circuit. Yep. play. 29 Squadron man, 10 Squadron. Nice to get an air brake wave, it really is. Talking about, innit? Woo! Love that Typhoon sound. Typhoon powered by 2 EJ200 engines, 8-stage compressor, so 3 low pressure and 5-stage high pressure compressor, compressing air at 26 times. And to give you an idea of that as well, and its speed that it does that, compresses air at 75 litres per second. Yep. I know, that is amazing. go. Nice set of arrivals. Quite a few of them. Just gonna check if we've got any others. Sure.
Are they all back in now?
I don't think so, no.
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 Are they coming back for dinner?
I no idea. I don't know. I'm sure they got to eat, but I'm not sure. There's still some out there. Yes. Oh. And thanks for joining us. ADSB is having a moment. Let me just turn it off and on again. My ADSB is just, you know when it has a moment. That's better. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's still plenty still out there, which always, it's always fun and games when you need to go and grab something. Hope you're all good. Hope you're all enjoying the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here from the viewing area, the official spotters car park. And it's always nice to be able to have a designated viewing area where we can watch aircraft safely. Right. Shall we right now? Hi, you alright? Yes, yeah, that's going to be good, isn't it? Yeah. That's alright, isn't it? Sorry? Yeah, but you know, I've got plenty of tea in it.
We were watching yesterday and I thought you must be absolutely
Yeah, it can be. I'll tell you what. One sec. I just got.
Oh no, sorry.
No, you're all right. It's fine. I'll just leave it at an angle. Should be all right. Yeah, no.
I've spoken to his radio since it's Wendy.
Yes.
Wendy from Woodall.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, I found the more times you come out in these conditions, you'll find a way to. Yeah. Yeah. So you got.
I'll let you go.
Oh no, you're all right. So yeah, looking forward to Sunday. It's going to be good, isn't it?
Is it going to be a news update?
Oh yeah. Knees,
I'll let you get to
legs, arms, everything up. Oh yeah, he'll be there. Well, he's here as well. He's just
Well, he won't get to
no, he's a bear, isn't he? He's fine. Nah, you're all right, darling Wendy. It's fine. It's all good. Oh yeah, see you Sunday. Looking forward to that. This is the Alton Aerodrome Corporate Air Travel. The Embraer ERJ145. With the BAE Systems crew play a major part in not only for aircraft around the world, but play a major part here at Coningsby as well as 29 Squadron as well, who produce the components for the ground course school. Look at that. Yeah. Signs such as Felix and Mog. They've been using Mog this year now. They have cat related call signs, hence CAT as in corporate air travel. One day I'll get in one of them. That'll be nice. Right, let's have a... Oh, there we go. Woo! Lovely, isn't it, that?
Has it just come in or is it
Just come down.
Yes.
I mean, completely missed it.
Yeah, well, don't worry, up in there, trust me.
I thought, where did that come from?
He sneaked in without us looking?
Stealth mode, actually.
Aw.
What time did you get here? Was it very early?
No, about 8ish, just 8 o'clock, yeah, about 8:15.
Yeah. Can you go to the lakes just for the day and come home?
No, I did 3 days there.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, well, while you're there, you might as well just...
Well, yeah, we keep saying we're going, but I don't think I could go up them hills now.
I always watch your feeds while we're having coffee in the morning.
Oh, no, it was definitely, it was good,
Yeah.
Oh, it was really good.
Well, we all signed up, you know. And it puts
We're
us
members.
in.
We're members.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to this party.
Yeah, me too, it's going to be good.
How did you miss that?
Drink plenty of tea.
Mark wants to know. He wants to know. How do you know? Was it your hobby? How do you know all
I've
this
just
stuff?
learned all this
Yeah.
in 4 years from.
Like an encyclopedia, you
blows
are.
him
I just
away.
literally just decided to
Yeah.
learn it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It blows him away.
Yes.
We sit there and we go.
Yeah, I just-
When you were showing me drawings, but he was like,
I know. So 5 years ago, I wouldn't have a clue.
Really?
I didn't even know what a typhoon was 5 years ago.
Wow.
I mean, the only typhoon I heard was probably the Hawker typhoon, but then I probably couldn't tell you what that even looked like. But runway numbers, the typhoon how it works.
he just keeps.
I love it. It just sticks with me. I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's,
He's absolutely.
But you put it over so well, it's interesting to
that's
listen
what
to.
Yeah, thanks.
It's really good to listen to.
no, thank you.
But it is, I'm not just saying that, it is, it's really good to listen to.
We've learned so much.
Because you could listen to that and get a bit bored with it, listening, but it's
No.
not, it's really interesting.
No, thanks. Thank you.
No, that's what part of
I tried to make it fun
Yes.
at the end of the day.
Our neighbour actually is a pilot of here.
Oh wow, okay. Oh, that's
We
amazing.
gave him some Squadron beer the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, it did.
And
Toffers.
It had got
Name's Toffers.
it had got the Squadron logo on it.
Yeah, I did his
The
lawn.
coffee trees.
I do some lawn, so he wanted me to short his lawn, and he come around with 4 Squadron beers.
Oh really?
Branded Squadron beers with the
Oh wow.
typhoon on it.
Yeah, and it's got his Squadron, the Squadron 3, the coffee trees on it. And that's again.
No, what a coffee trees was 27.
know what it was.
Our daughter
Oh, wow,
did. Our
okay,
daughter
cool.
did because
She likes fantasy.
she likes fantasy stuff.
Oh right, okay. Oh wow, well that's good. Oh, that's good.
What's that, Mark? What the hell is that? It's snowing.
Yeah, the fire crew just doing the
Oh, right, yeah.
just doing a bit of training there.
Yeah, we enjoyed the lakes.
Oh, it was lovely. Yeah, I had a good time there. It was really good.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah, we'd like to go, but I don't know if I can go to Hampden.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you're enjoying the show. It's certainly been a lively one. Again, just really quickly, ladies, gents and teddy bears, if I may, I know we do inspire people to come along and have a little have a day out sometimes looking and spotting some planes, wherever it may be, whether it's military. This counts for all. Please don't touch the fence that you got here surrounding the station. Please don't climb it. Absolutely no. It's got barbed wire and it is MOD property as well. And of course, please, this is you know, under no circumstances do you stand. Do not park your car here. This is an absolute zero tolerance for parking your car here. They're called crash gates. They're there for a reason, and I think it doesn't take a lot to work out why they're called crash gates. Red and white fences, a complete no. Please don't stand at the red and white fence. Yes, you can stand to the left or right of them, as you can see the wooden fence. And of course, be mindful of other people's land. Private land, MOD land. You can't be here, you shouldn't be standing here at all. Again, under no circumstances. We try to, you know, educate. Not everyone knows. I get that. Not everyone knows. And, you know, we're all going to make probably, you know, standing on a piece of grass that you didn't know. I get that. Totally understand. But if we can educate, then that's all good. We can all practice safe plane spotting as well, which is really good. Yeah, anything suspicious, don't hesitate to report it as well. We live in that day and age, sadly, but if it is an emergency, then do call 999. There are numbers dotted about regarding drones, should you see and spot anyone attempting to fly a drone. I know there's the caravan park behind me, so they're probably not even aware, and someone that does own a drone should have the at least knowledge to use a drone assist app. and things like that to understand that you cannot fly here. Paul G watching from West Sussex, how you doing? JDS Aviation, Alex, Raven, Williams, Margot, Andrew, Stephen, Billings. Yeah, still a few fumes out there, I think. It's just a guess. So tomorrow we're heading for Waddington, all being well. As our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Ted, you're out there, mate. He's all good. Gary, good to see you the other day as well on a Guards March. And thank you for joining our fighter squadron. Oh, yeah. Nice. Guards March and a high five to you for that one. Daniel Walker with 29 months membership, Spanner Flight and Fighter Squadron member. What a magic 29 months. Such a great experience meeting so many of you, be seeing many of you soon at TAP 3.0. Can't wait. So many people I want to mention. You know who you are. Guards March, thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for your super chat. For everyone, here's to health, wealth and happiness. Well said. Justin Edwards with 25 months membership. Another Fighter Squadron member. This is absolutely amazing. Another month. Thank you all. Loved the Lake District last week. We did as well, and thank you for your kind words. Thanks for supporting the channel, especially with Fighter Squadron. Paul Reason, 28 months membership. Thank you very much, Paul. APF SDS 120 mil. Member for 17 months. Oi, Gary, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Mixed Vids with 8 months membership. Thank you very much. So Gary, high five. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership there. Ken Brooks, thank you very much for your 4-month membership. Oi, 4 months has gone fast. Davey, member for 33 months and part of the Spanner Flight. As well, TCS Posh Office, 120k for the party. Thank you to this amazing community. See you all there. Oh yeah, Doug Ross, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Greg, member for 7 months. Oi, Nick off 7 months with you and Ted. Thank you very much. LC as well with 27 months membership. Wow, time flies, but not like a fighter jet. Thanks Ted, Nicholson, TCS. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for the super. Gary, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Chris White, Guards March, thank you for your super chat. Thank you very much for that. Seems I have reached 15 months membership and it has flown. It's flown by. Thank you very much, Chris, for that wonderful super chat. And Free Orion Lilo Double Fly, thank you very much for your super chat as well. A Guards March. So yeah, you may have heard just earlier there one of our fans that's coming to the party from East Kirkby there, bless her, mentioned about, you know, learning all this information and did I know any of this, and the answer is completely no. It's something of a subject that I knew nothing about, and yet I'm absolutely fascinated by it. Interests before that, of course, for those that know me very well, was of course photography,
was a photography, waterfalls, and kind of something that I really loved was ancient and prehistoric Britain, learning about the stone circles, bell barrows, long barrows, things like that, and just, you know, Neolithic monuments, and, you know, things like this, Stonehenge, of course, at Avebury, and so on and so on. But, you know, aviation as a topic, knowing about how aircraft works, what causes an aircraft to fly, lift, aviation itself, it's something that really fascinated me, like this Typhoon just coming in now, running in on initial. Here we go, looking good. This is what we call downwind, you know, part of the circuit over the aerodrome, and in just a moment it'll go into the final there. Things like that, absolutely amazing. It really does, you know, I've learned so much, and it's something that I enjoy as well. It's a subject that I'm really relishing and really enjoying, and then I don't really specialise in one aspect of aviation. So, for example, I'll go from World War II, learning about the Red Arrows, learning about engines, learning about how things work, learning about the tyres, the landing gear, wheels, the engines, thrust, compression, blades, everything. Boundary layer, low approaches, you know, loads of stuff. Performance takeoff, that kind of thing, loads of different things, a quick climb, why they do it, runway numbers, why they take off in certain directions, and yet I'm now, you know, quite confident to answer your questions. And you know, even been confident enough to mention, about the Battle of Little Bighorn. Do you remember I mentioned that? And it's like, well, what on earth has that got to do with, you know, aviation? And yet I managed to find some sort of, not connection, but I was able to, you know, annex it with what if aviation was just 27 years earlier. About the Wright brothers, and I was telling you about Handley Page and the Short brothers, and yet one other important figure during that time, and it's something that I've been learning as well. It's about Glenn Curtis. Anyway, let's let me just yeah, I was just learning a little bit about the Wright brothers, because it might be something that you may not know. And about, you know, if you look at their early engines, I remember I was telling you about early engines being at the back, if you remember that, and then you know, Handley Page changed that and put the engines at the front, because some of the crash landings would actually result in fatalities, not because of the impact, but because of the engine actually crushing the pilot itself. And it is amazing to learn about flight, which I did. It was absolutely amazing. And I don't know if I'm able to do it, but I'm going to talk history, and we're going to get aircraft coming back, right? But we'll see. And the thing is, you have to go back to, you know, as in aviation itself, with what I would call, okay, hang on a minute, let's go back. What is aviation? Something that flies, right? But also balloons, kites. So it's when you put
a mechanism to it. It's when you can control it. Okay, so kites, in some extent, if you let go, it's done. Whereas what I'm talking about is putting the mechanics to it, the avionics, shall we say, in some respect, but putting it all together. So you've got a kite, you've got a balloon, but the balloon's just going to do its thing. So for me, aviation is something you can control and manage and actually physically fly it, for me. But we do have to go back to 1899. In Dayton, Ohio, and we have to go back to a bicycle shop, and it was named Wright Cycle Company, where 32-year-old Wilbur Wright and his younger brother Orville, they actually run a cycle shop, and they were repairing and designing new styles of bikes. But the two were basically a remarkable team, and you're probably thinking, how on earth did they just produce something that flies? And Wilbur was the one with the ideas. He had that creative mind, but Orville was the one behind the actual, creating. He was the hands and the practical one that could sort of digest his brother's ideas and make the inventions a reality. And then one day, Wilbur was inspired by birds flying and how birds shifted their wingtips in order to bank. And aviation was not a new thing, as I mentioned. We had kites. Oh yeah, we had balloons. These were already invented, but to control it was not. And Wilbur understood that an aircraft, in order to be stable, it needed to have a design that was unstable. It would be known as wing warping, okay, because he noticed that, I think he saw an eagle fly and the way it warped its wings, so that became known as wing warping. You can get a kite in the air, but can you get a person on it? That would involve risks. Wilbur understood the connection that things that fly need wind. So they also looked for somewhere safely to land and place lots of sand and somewhere where there was a beach, and they got the ideas being created. They created the Wright Flyer, okay? But in 1902 at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, they took their first ever idea, the first manned flight with their full-sized powered airship. Wilbur took the flight, crashed and survived, okay? So that didn't really go very well. And so from there, 500 miles away from Ohio at Hammondsport, New York, while this was going on, this is where we don't really, this is where I came across it. 500 miles away from that day, in New York, there was a motorcycle legend known as Glenn Curtis. He was already on their tail for flight status. And Curtis was another innovative genius experimenting and with the recently internal he was good at doing engines. See, this is the difference between the Wright brothers and Glenn Curtis. Glenn Curtis was a genius at making combustion engines, which is where the Wright brothers lacked. But we'll get to that. And he had also a bike shop as well, and he fitted his motorcycles with these powerful engines and was doing so since 1901. And he too was inspired by flight. And again, we're going back to the famous date, 17th of December 1903 at Kitty Hawk. After spending a massive $1,000 of 1903 money, the Wright brothers returned to the beach with a new aeroplane, the Wright Flyer. They installed a 12-cylinder horsepower engine. 12-cylinder, not the best engine. It was very, it wasn't very powerful at all, and improved the rudder system, and this was it. She flew over the sands gracefully. That first flight achieved 852 feet at 59 seconds, the first ever controlled manned aircraft. But this was the start of a war. Not the war of military aviation, but a kind of a war between a war of getting and becoming the one that brings it out there. So the Wright brothers did the right, sorry, that was bad pun. They did the right thing by getting a sorry, I didn't even realise I was going to say it. They did the right thing by getting a patent for it. Just like Sir Frank Whittle, who put a patent on the engine. But anyway, we're going to get to that, the jet engine. I love this. We're talking about historical aviation. Listen to that.
So they filed a patent, but word of their first successful flight got out there. And Glenn Curtis sent a letter to the Wright brothers offering the Wright brothers to collaborate. Did you know this? I didn't know this. Maybe you did. And because he was the brains behind the engines, basically, and he wanted to collaborate and install one of his state-of-the-art powerful engines, but the Wright brothers patent had not yet been approved yet, and a week after the letter was received, the patent was approved, and this meant that no one could build airplanes, and the Wright brothers now had sole power to legally build airplanes and prevent anyone else from doing so. And they turned down Glenn Curtis's offer, but this actually inspired the rivalry between the two. And in 1907, Curtis teamed up with Alexander Bell, the Bell Curtis. These names are going to get very familiar now. And they set on developing a completely different design. Now, with the Wright brothers having a patent, Curtis had to come up with a completely different design. He was the master at powerful engines. Then one day, Curtis designed the aileron. So he thought, well, hang on a minute, they got a patent on the wing warping. I'm going to make ailerons. Ailerons, we use this today. And that he was the man behind the aileron. These were hinge flaps on the wings, and this is in use today. And Curtis and his crew built a new type of aircraft, and and he installed a two-blade propeller, 40 horsepower engine. Now this plane was called the Junebug, and the engine at the time was fitted to the rear of the plane. Now then a completion set up by Scientific American, a competition, was set up by an organisers called Scientific American on the 2nd of April 1908 with a £1,000 trophy cash prize, and it was advertised in the paper, and first ever gathering for aviation fans could see airplanes fly. The Wright brothers turned down the invitation for the competition and left Curtis to be the sole participant. So Curtis took off for a test flight on the 3rd of June with his Junebug, and he got airborne, but then disaster struck as he crashed into a field. His crew ran to the crash site, but remarkably he survived it with a few scratches. Now this was a day before the competition, and he was determined, and he pushed his team to repair the aircraft for the competition the day before. And it was on July the 4th, 1908 at Stony Brook Farm, New York. The Junebug was repaired, and Glenn Curtis was about to fly a plane that crashed the day before. And in front of a crowd of spectators, he got airborne and flew for a mile. He did it, and he flew for nearly 2 minutes with news spreading of his aviation success. He made history and a new record. Well, the Wright brothers weren't going to be happy about that. You know, they did fly the first manned aircraft, but Curtis was taking it on to another level, and they weren't happy about it. They were more worried about the legal side of things, and the Wright brothers were furious. And, you know, Curtis got all the credit for being the innovator of flight now. And this was now a war between the Wright brothers, who pioneered flight, against a man who knew how to advance it. And in September 1908, the Wright brothers went all out by seeking $25,000 contract with the US Army. They thought, right, let's go and get a contractor, the US Army, right? How cool would that be? The Wright brothers went all out by doing that. And then they got the contract, and they thought it would be a huge client for them. And after a full week of demo flights, Orville was confident he could get the contract with the Army. He already clocked up 62 minutes in one flight on the 9th of September 1908, and that was in the presence of Curtis. He got to see that. But Curtis was critical. He knew that their engines were too weak. Curtis was like, the Wright brothers' engines are not very good and underpowered, and Curtis was actually invited by his friend to come to this flight with the US Army. Right now, check this out. Now, his friend was Lieutenant Tom Selfridge. Curtis was invited by a man, a lieutenant, a top lieutenant, all right, for the US Army, that were going to give the contract, hopefully, to the Wright brothers. And he was going to be there. And he was the highest ranking military person present and had great knowledge for aviation. Now, Orville knew Selfridge. Selfridge was the key person to impress and took Selfridge on a flight. Actually took Lieutenant Selfridge on this flight for an official demonstration. And after takeoff in front of the US military and Curtis, ended in disaster. The plane lost control at 75 feet, crashed, killing Selfridge, so the contract was it was gone. But Orville suffered a broken femur and broken ribs and barely survived the crash, and the contract was undoubtedly lost. And in 1909 there was an exhibition with the Flying Festival, and recovered Wilbur was not going to miss this opportunity, and Curtis was also present and proposed a collaboration once more. He gave him another offer, and again Wilbur turned it down. But this was where the Wright brothers began to lose sight here for me, and then they focused on lawsuits with Curtis. They were trying to sue him, and this was the problem. The Wright brothers were just focusing on taking down legally Curtis, and Curtis was nearly at breaking point when he was visited by someone, and he was about to get sued and all this stuff, all these legal battles. I love that. Can't see it. Beautiful, eh? But then guess what happened? He was visited by someone. He was at breaking point. Guess what? Someone with a different form of technology. Another innovator. That's right. That's right. Yep, you got it. Do you know who I'm talking about? Curtis was nearly at breaking point. He was visited by someone called Henry Ford. Yeah. Wow. And Ford had an 8-year battle of the same scenario. He innovated the car, the vehicle, but he won the legal battle, and he was going to teach Glenn Curtis how to win against the Wright brothers. And this was the turning point. Now, Henry Ford knew that with each claim the Wright brothers made against Curtis, all he had to do was change the design. This meant he was making more progress in designing aeroplanes than the Wright brothers, because they were busy at trying to take legal action. And this meant the Wright brothers would have to file another claim. Now, while the Wright brothers spent time focused on lawsuits, Curtis was spending time on designs, and this was the advantage that Curtis had. And he pioneered the Navy seaplane. He pioneered aerial bombardment, and the designs that he made are still in use today. Yeah, Griffin power, man. Rolls-Royce Griffin, that is. In 1912, the Wright brothers had not progressed at all. Oh, I love that. I hope you can hear that. It's beautiful. And they were so wrapped up in the whole lawsuit with Curtis, they became obsessed with the suit against Curtis. And at the age of 45, Wilbur passed away after contracting typhoid fever, and Wilbur was fixed for 2 years, dedicating to lawsuits and legal battles. Orville, devastated, lost his brother and partner. But in January 1914, a letter arrived stating that the US Court of Appeals declaring that the Wright brothers are the sole pioneers of the art of flight, and that 20% of royalty is owed to anyone who creates airplanes, but still blaming Curtis for the death of his brother. Orville declines the right for Curtis any royalties. All right, so they were really bitter at him, and they said, yeah, we'll do 20% royalties, but not to Curtis. But then July 1914, what happens? World War I, and the war was the first time in history, and the war would also be fought in the air, and Germany had, hundreds of thousands of aircraft, and the USA and the world, it was no match for the German Air Force. And when the US entered the war in 1917, the US government had no choice but to intervene and force the Wright Company to give 1% royalty to every company building planes. Because at the end of the day, if the Wright brothers were holding, they were holding everything, there was stopping the production of aeroplanes due to these royalties and this feud with Curtiss, the United States government were like, sorry, we need planes no matter who makes them. Do you see what I mean? So they were so focused on that the US government were fed up with it, to be honest. And with that in mind, that's what basically happened, and Glenn Curtiss started building planes, and Curtiss was now available to finally be free and build his masterpieces. He sold 7,000 fighters for the war, and he had so many orders that he became the biggest aviation company. Orville's career was over and retired while Curtiss excelled and succeeded. But long after this, both, they're still in aviation today, and you only have to look at the Curtiss Wright company. It is an amazing story, because I didn't, for one, understand the battle, not aviation itself in the skies, but actually between two companies, three people, shall we say. And it is amazing that if that didn't happen, that bitterness, that frustration of the Wright brothers and trying to file suit, the death of one of the brothers, and it allowed Glenn Curtiss to, really push forward and become the innovator for aviation, which is what we see today. So Glenn Curtiss is also a major part of that pioneering stage for aviation. Here comes a free shot. Don't forget the Vickers company, Handley Page, Short, Armstrong, Whitley, and all these companies trying to get the deal from the Air Ministry to build aircraft, to get the contract. And the same happens today, Lockheed and Grumman, Northrop, all of them trying to get that deal in the past, present, Lockheed, Boeing. Getting the deal from your government to build an aircraft is a fundamental amount of it, economical boost, trade, money, basically, finance, employment, jobs. You got to think what it does to a town or city or even a village, having a local factory, and that's just aviation, yet alone all the other things in life that go with that. But it's something that really fascinated me, learning about that sort of war between Curtiss and the Wright brothers. I didn't really. That's what I got up to this weekend, ladies and Steady Bears. I hope you enjoyed that story. But there we go. Something a little bit different. Something I've not spoken about before in full, in depth. Sounds like a starter.
you know, I'm still a child at heart because, sorry, I know I'm going to go away here, but if that had a tail, it looked like a Typhoon, right? And you see that? There's the point on the left of the nose. If you could just, sorry, back to the real one. Just needed a stabiliser. You never know, it might form. Actually looks more like an F-35 now. There you go. engine 2 is having a little test. Sounds good, doesn't it? That's just one engine, I think. That was engine 2 being tested there. How cool was that, eh? Yeah. I'm loving the sounds from both old and new. It's just fantastic. We've had the Griffin, and now we've got the EJ200 engine. Amazing. Here's our ERJ Embraer 145. Clear for takeoff.
You must have amazing balance.
Oh, I try.
He couldn't do it, he gets hurt. Still here? Oh, that's always it is, isn't it?
Thanks a lot, Gary. How you doing? Katie Weather, Darren Harwood, how you doing? Simon Watchell, Roger Payne, Abigail Batten, how you doing? Alex Blackcat, Daniel Walker. Thanks to all of you for tuning in. Thierry Schomburg, Fly Past Phil, how you doing? The Flying Duke, Matt Cross and oi oi. A big oi oi to everyone who's tuned in today. Captain A, what up? Oi oi. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. I'm about to go and grab a quick snack, just a quick bite to eat. Hope you've all enjoyed the show so far. And we've had some cracking sounds as well as visuals today. And yeah, well, stay tuned. I'll be back in a moment. He's here, look at him.
Oh, matron.
You're right, man. You doing all right? How you doing? Okay.
Before we just come. Man, you're St. Biggles way. What are we in Lincolnshire for?
You're a long way from Manchester.
I know, how are you, Nicholas?
I'm good, thank you. I know.
Yeah.
Look at him.
I remember back in the day.
You all right, yeah?
Oh, you know me, Nicholas.
Bit warm, isn't it?
But it's, we're gonna, they want us to go to the what was it, down buses memorial, and there's some abandoned air base or something. I've got to get my mojo. Hang on. My, that's a big sack you got there. Rubbish sack.
Yeah, there you go.
Got a bit of rubbish on it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, mate. I was going to say, as we were coming along the road, we saw one, something go up. So there been what's going on. Yeah, we stopped at Lakenheath last Wednesday. As soon as we got there, they were going up. They went up and come back in. Down like a yo-yo.
It's good, mate. Keeps you warm. Keep the blood going, isn't it?
So what new stuff you got?
There will be next week.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh no. You know what's coming out, Damon? Oh matron.
It's 10. It's all wrapped up.
Let me get my mojo.
That's all good.
Oh matron.
David, do you want to touch your nipples?
I won't give you in a good mood.
That's it. Grab my tea.
I always thought you'd be going high places because I know.
You're on one today, aren't you? You're on form, aren't you?
We stopped at the service station. Actually, come. Spalding. They've got McDonald's and Shell garage. No, come that way. When there's in ours.
Yeah, up to the garden centre.
So no, it was.
You look like a gardener.
Hey,
Yeah.
does it look like I'm green fingered?
Yeah, I probably do.
And that's so. I got my hand held by a woman.
Okay.
That ain't happened in over a year and a half. I forgot what it felt like to touch a woman's hand.
Okay. I've got to go. Right, have fun. On that note, I'm up here.
What's the matter, though? Are you cold or something?
No, he's too warm. He's just gone in to cool down.
No, because we're going up to that dambuster thing that Dane wants to, and then I'm going to send up my drone.
Where? Woodhall Spa?
Yeah. Or was that an active base still?
Well, it's not an active base, but you might be in the no-fly zone.
Oh, well, so
Well, you check anyway.
It'll
So.
tell me anyway on the app.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Say it.
Right, how's
How
that?
long are you going to be here for, Nikos?
I think I'll catch the next set of departures and then that's it.
Okay.
Probably about an hour.
I will be because Dane wants to quickly go up to that.
Yeah, go and check it out.
thing,
Well,
but we thought we were stopping Salo.
yeah, man. No, I appreciate that.
Obviously,
Yeah.
it'd be rude not to come to Salo to get my mojo.
Yeah, no, have fun. There's some nice.
What's going on at Lakenheath with the filming and photography thing?
don't know.
There's that sign where you normally park.
Yeah,
So
it's
there's
fine.
a sign, but saying, but I know if you got on the base to do wrong, they won't allow it, obviously. But there was somebody was saying, or something, David was saying that they're not funny.
Nah, mate.
I just live in the country.
You just have a good time.
Yeah, I'm always cracking. Nicholas, if you're gone by the time we come back, we love you, we appreciate you, and oh, matron, and Margot Baxter, we love you. Okay.
All right, man.
So we're going to hang on a minute.
Okay.
I'm just a passenger.
That's all right.
Oh, that was some nice footage you done last week when you was up in the Lake District.
That was good. I really enjoyed that. That was good.
With all that snow-capped peaks. and
Yeah,
all
it was
that.
lovely, wasn't it? Yeah, it was good.
They've got that drone law that I can't send me. Try to get some of them aerial photos. Or else there's going to be a Eurofighter whizzing round this bit, trying to take me drone out. And then the old boys in blue saying, now, Mr. Head, you cannot be doing that. You may be the matronator, but you can't do it. Even I wouldn't be a good boy.
Well, I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Yes, thanks a lot, JDS Aviation Adventures. But sadly, behind me is... I'll show you, just in case. So you've got an idea, the cloud is not right behind me towards Waddington for the Reds. It's, yeah, that's what I've got. That way, it's... be lucky to see a bird flying that at the minute, so unfortunately... I'm not going to be able to see the Reds from here, I don't think. Yeah, that's the only problem. That cloud is a little bit challenging, unfortunately. Amazing, isn't it? And you look over here, you've got nice blue skies. Amazing, isn't it? RAF Coningsby's station crest. Features the castle, Tattershaw Castle, just over here, which is looking splendid. Look at that. Nice in that light, to be honest. It's beautiful, isn't it? So that's featured on the station crest for RAF Coningsby. Loyalty binds me. Some amazing light on that. Probably some amazing views of the Foons from up there as well. You've all enjoyed the show so far. It's been a good day. We'll just wait for another set of departures if we get any. No idea when that'll be, but we'll stay put for a little bit. With the weather this week, and if you'd like to know where we are this week, don't forget to
click the notification bell button where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos, so don't miss out. And of course our end of year party coming up as well, and that should be all good.
Refueling in the air.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, just think how many points you get if they did have like a BP card or something.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Quite a lot up in the skies at the moment. Aircraft there. I'm going to have a look at the red, but we'll be there tomorrow. It should be some nice skies. Should be some lovely skies tomorrow. So looking forward to that. I'm going to grab another hot brew. Just checking that it's up a bit emotional over there over what. Oh dear. Alright, hot cup of tea coming up for me, I think. Be right back. How we're doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. And we're just going to be waiting for the next set of departures. There are no publicised times or anything like that, so just bear that in mind. It could not have any, might not be any. What I can tell you, we do have a departure actually just coming up from the. Here we go. PTO. Let's have a look. Come on. Visuals on that one. So it's a nice blue sky. What's going on over here? Hang on. Going. That one's just taxied back, the one that we just had, so no departures just yet for that one.
Hello. Sorry? It's over there. Yeah, somewhere over there.
They got a little one.
Yeah.
What, can Damon have one Lanny? So, are you getting some new stuff out next year then? Is it? Since it's over, obviously, Nichols, but, yeah, all I don't want starting up another channel.
Yeah, I mean,
weather's closing in now, by the way. It's not looking good now.
Hi.
Yeah. How you doing? All right. How's it going? Wow. Yes. Neil, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's great. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? Oh wow. Is that for me? Is it? Oh wow. Thank you. That was a good day. That was.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much,
You all right?
Neil. That's great. Thank you. That's great. I better put that in because I think we're going to have a little bit of the damp stuff in a minute.
Yeah. I think I brought that with me actually. Pleasure.
That's
Doing all right?
cool. Yeah, very good, thank you, Neil. Yeah, all good.
Good.
All good. Yeah, it's good, man. It's great. No, thanks very much for that.
Pleasure, mate.
That is all good. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, it has actually. It's been pretty good. We've had plenty of departures. Yeah, pretty good. Oh. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. And well, here he is. How you doing? Grand Crew Drew here. What's going on? That's it. What's going on? Just thought I'd give you me Phantom. I love me Phantom, take it everywhere with me. This was the very aircraft. This was it. This is what inspired me. I know, not to become a pilot. I wanted to fix it. You see, pilots, you see, they bend it, we mend it, Grand Crew. That's right, not a lot of people know about us. I'm Grand Crew Drew. That's right, and this is me Phantom. I'll keep going on about. This is my dearest and nearest, me Phantom. That's right. That's right, pilots, they break it, we fix it. They bend it, we mend it. That's right. Remember, the ground crew, we own the aircraft. We just lend it to the pilot. That's right, let me just put this over here. Let me just put my Phantom over there and just see that it's all good. That's right, the Phantom, when I seen it, I was like, I want to fix that. I was obsessed with it. But I never really wanted to become a pilot. I just wanted to fix it. Do you know what I mean? I've always got my noodles screwed on the head, son. Do you know what I mean? Ah, yes, you, the brains. How are you? All right, Jens, how you doing? All right? I'm very good, very good. Leipzig, they win 2-0. Oh, right, you watching the football? Yeah, the Bundesliga. I love my Bundesliga. Leipzig. That's right, we win. We win 2-0. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, Klinsmann. Oh dear, he's gone. Never mind. I think he thought he was got away with VAR, whatever it is these days. Anyway, not into that. I hope you're all good and well. Just been on the main ASP with the armourers. Just been rolling out a few drop tanks. Do you know what I mean? Just rolling my sleeves up, getting me jazz bands all mucky and all that. But yeah, having a good time. I hope you're all good. I hope Jens is alright. Medic. Where's MedTed? Might have to get MedTed, you know what I mean? Anyway, mine, there you go. See ya. Oh dear, I tell you what, that weather has really got awful. Don't know if it's going to be emotional. Right, may need to do a few little adjustments here. Let's put this in. That's good, man.
Hi, I'm Matt Tad, how are you? Looks like I got another patient. Will you stop that? Oh yes, I'm delayed. Out! I'm Matt Tad. Hey, what's going on? Something's happening. I've been left with a wee ball. Never mind. I think I have some form of concussion. I think I'm very well. I'm not too good. Where am I? Where is this? This looks like maybe I am from Nottingham or Tottenham. I think it's the place of the Klinsman. Hi, how are you? Are you okay? Are you feeling alright? I'm not too sure. I don't think I'm very well. I've had 2 tumbles. I must speak to the referee. Referee, I must check out the VAR. I don't have VAR, but I've got some checks I need to do. How many fingers am I holding up? I don't know. You're a bear. And you don't have fingers. We bears don't have fingers, do we? See? You're all right. See? I've checked you out. You seem to be fine. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. They're Lakey. My name's not Lakey. I'm Matt Tad, but how are you? I'm Jens from Germany, and how are you? You are the doctor, yeah? That's right. I work for Asda sometimes. There's my delivery. And sometimes I work for this company as well. Ah, what do they do? They look good. What are they? Plumbing company? No, they just deal with pipes. Ah, that's very good. I've been watching the Bundesliga, and how do you watch Bundesliga? Well, as a matter of fact, I do. I like to watch the football. Where's he going? There's been a lot of deliveries here. It's good that they're eating carrots, especially if they're driving. Yeah, carrots are good, but carrots are better on the Typhoon and the Eurofighter. Bundes! Well, I don't think he's very well, but never mind. He's happy, that's the main thing. Right, I think it's going to get a bit wet. Got a funny feeling it will. There's a cloud. It's really like freezing clouds just come over. The weather just improves just a little bit. It's just got that cloud that was at Waddington, and it's just sneaked over here. And that's where we'll be tomorrow. We'll be at Waddington tomorrow, and
keep the notification bell button because later on we'll find out whether we're going to be on a Wednesday. Should have just Thursday at the moment looks a little bit emotional, so Thursday maybe the day we may not be streaming, but we'll have a look. Let's have a look. I think we've got possibly. So I'm just trying to see if we've still got Rebel 6-0 from today from 41 Squadron. Looks like, yeah, it's up by sort of Kinloss area. In fact, to be exact, it is. Was at Lossiemouth to be exact. Looks like it's gone over Kinloss as well. Or will be, looking at it. So still quite a way away. And Typhoon canopies have just opened. So that's all good. Hopefully get some more movements. And like I said, we'll just catch a set of departures from the second wave. And I think we'll call it a day as the weather is starting to deteriorate. As I always say, this time every year the streams will be a little bit shorter, with just playing with the weather and just seeing how grim it's probably going to get. So I'll, you know, with the light being a little bit less this time of year. But bonus was today we did start a little bit earlier, so that was good. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? If you heard those geese just bone. Not quite sure. I don't think I can understand that. What you're trying to say? Did you ever remember what was Guy Gibson left at Coningsby? Can you just if you could just rewrite that for me, I should be able to answer. Do you mean when did he leave? Just let me know. Well, Guy Gibson would have left in August, just before, in 1942, and then came back in September of 43 with 6-1, actually no, a little bit later, in 1943, September, October, they did swap with 619 Squadron. So yeah, sorry, September 1943, around that time when they came here to use the runways, if that's what you meant. So Guy Gibson was here in with 106 Squadron, 1942. Left here for Woodhall Spa. Of course went to Sileston very briefly, and then went to Metheringham, and then of course went to Scampton, and then came here when the runways reopened, the new hardened Class A configured runways in September of 1943. Oh right, well there you go, you got to know some extra info in case you didn't know. What did Guy Gibson leave at Coningsby when he left? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he left his jacket or anything, I'm not really sure. But he did come back. Sharp. Hopefully tomorrow is dominated by blue skies tomorrow. It's looking that way, hopefully. And if you just joined us, welcome to the show. We've had a busy day today, as well as hearing some fabulous sounds from the EJ200 engine and the from a ground run, or flexing as we call it on the channel, along with the Griffin engine been powered up in the background. Yeah, what we'll do, we'll probably finish around 2 if they haven't departed. There is some really icy rain coming around 2-ish. So we played that well last time. We'll stay till about 1400. Hopefully they will depart before then. If not, it's been a great day and we'll be back tomorrow. Don't forget there's still typhoons out there anyway, so we may catch some arrivals as well, so that'll be good. Sadly, it's just that time of year, really.
You're right, man. Oh, nice.
Oh, matron. Go on, say it, Nick.
Well, me, matron.
Matron.
Yeah. Oh, it's got cold now, isn't it? Horrible. Right, let's have a look. So we got flight of 2 heading back. So it looks like we've got 2 typhoons heading back, Chaos flight. Mark Head and Damon Ed watching the live. Ooh, it's all good.
Hey, that's too cold out here, mate.
It is a bit cold actually, it's got a bit. Dieter, how you doing? Yep, it's been good today. Christopher Neal as well. Captain A, how's it going? So let's have a look. It looks like we've got a flight of 2 heading possibly RTB. Let's have a look. Sharon, you're welcome. Hope you're all good. Christopher Neal, TED HQ, absolutely. Yep, so very shortly we should have two arriving back. Chaos Flight, for those interested, not far away. AD Corsa, how you doing? Hope you're good. Well, I'm hoping it will turn. Gosh, that is cold. That is icy cold weather. That. It means it's picked up a lot. The BBMF's Lancaster PA474 has now got a major service to do now, so it will take 18 months. So that will see it off into 2027, correct. We do need care and maintenance, of course, like everything else in life, especially aircraft that are 80 years old or so. Just waiting for Chaos Flight. Just the one then. Well, it was two in the flight. Never mind. Oh, it is a flight of two. There we go. Yeah, I thought so. But it was a flight of two. Chaos Flight.
Yeah, he died. Yeah.
Nice little shot of that.
above us. Start up, that's all good, that's what I need because I'm feeling it right now. Amazing. That's alright, isn't it? That's good.
That sounds like some more flexing, unfortunately, so that's not going out. Sounds good though, doesn't it? Just the one canopy up at the moment.
So I've got a pilot in that one, which is good.
Got another flight on its way back, not too far away. The Free Fighter Squadron flight not far away. Yeah, we'll knock it off at 1400 today, I think. Just catch it in time before the emotion comes in. It ain't going to be pleasant, unfortunately.
you a high five. Guards March to Free Orion, Free. That's the low double fly. Guards March, thank you for gifting a 10 Coningsby membership. The Flying Duke, nice one on your 6-month milestone. A fantastic 6 months with the TCS. Can't believe I didn't find you earlier, but I'm here now, and that's exactly the main thing. Thank you, Alan Q. Thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Richard Newman, thank you very much for your 18 months membership. Steve McWales, nice one with 3 months membership. Time flies. And James Lawton with 1 month membership as well. Nice one. Hey Ted and Nico, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. He's off. All right. So tomorrow we will be, hopefully, fingers crossed, at RAF Waddington for Red Arrow's training session. And keep your notification bell button on to find out where we are on Wednesday, etc. We'll try and keep a day ahead, but Thursday, can't promise anything at the moment. Thursday looks a bit damp, but we'll see what we can do. Whether we just film somewhere, we'll find out. Try and find out where it's dry on Thursday. It's looking a bit, mind you, it's looking a bit better than what it was saying to me, so that's a bit better. Might be able to do Thursday after all, actually. Leave it with me for Thursday. Thursday does look a bit better than what predicted. You are, man. Hello. Sorry.
Shout next to us in the one.
You've already done it. I did see it.
I think they
Oh, okay. No worries. Right, here's probably our last departure of the day for us on the show. A nice 29 Squadron Typhoon, a singleton probably. No, a 2-ship. No, flight of 2. Here we go. Here we go. Rampage flights. Just arriving as well in the nick of time. Two Typhoons just coming into land now. Rampage flight. Eurofighter Squadron.
Oh, matron.
two going out and 2 in. Here we go. So we'll make these our last before that rain comes. You know what'll happen now, they'll all start taxiing out and we'll just end up staying in the rain, so we'll see. Always happens, eh? Right. Sounds like there's a bit of flexing going on in the hangars, isn't it? So 2 Typhoons about to take off very, very shortly, any second now, to be honest. Here we go. And yeah, nice start to the week here at TED HQ. We'll be back next Monday, actually. Okay, here we go. Our last 2 departures of the day then. Here we go. I hope you enjoyed today. It's been a good start to the week. Back to basics, as we say. Here we go.
started to feel, you know, where you can start to feel the damp. Absolutely amazing, isn't it? But hey, it's been a great start to the week. It's been absolutely brilliant, and I hope you've enjoyed today with us as well. Thank you to all of you who supported the channel today. Thank you so much. RAF Coningsby, thank you so much for protecting UK airspace. All is good. Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bear. I have no idea what that was. It's like I scored an amazing goal at the last minute of extra time or something. Anyway, right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, it's been amazing. Hope you've enjoyed it, and a big salute to all of our fans and members. Thank you so much for tuning in and supporting the channel. Is that another takeoff? No. Thank you, and hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you tomorrow. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian, and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Oh, hope you enjoyed the Wright brothers Curtis story as well. Take care, everyone. See you soon. Wish you well. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.